wish I didn't have to say heaven is getting 20 tiny angels today. With tears in his eyes, he felt a tug on his sleeve. When he looked up, Jesus dropped to his knees. 'Cause in front of him was a sight to behold, and there were 20 tiny angels with wings shining like gold. He spoke very softly as he looked in their eyes, and he said, I'm so sorry because it wasn't your time. Then a young boy grabbed his hand and he said, it's okay, because heaven is getting 20 tiny angels today. Heaven is getting 20 tiny angels today. We've made the journey and we've come a long way. And now that we're here in this beautiful place, heaven is getting 20 tiny angels today. That's when this young girl walked up and asked, is there any way to let the mommies and daddies know that we are okay? At first we were scared, but now that we're here with you by our side, we have nothing to fear. 'Cause heaven is getting 20 tiny angels today. And mommy and daddy know that we're okay. Just give it some time, we'll see you someday. 'Cause heaven is getting 20 tiny angels today. The good Lord is watching your 20 tiny angels today. And we're okay.
Yes, Victoria, the lounge door is wide open. No dupes. His lordship has not arrived yet. I don't know where he is. He's probably stuck in that bloody pub, I should think. But I'm not supposed, because I'm not surprised, because most of these nutters with their conspiracy theories, right? They don't like to face the truth when somebody's willing to what's that? What? He's on his way, you see, Jojo? Yeah. I have to say that upon my research, it's been a hard subject to research in many ways. Obviously, because of the content, because it concerns children, but also the amount of loonies. I mean, you'd be surprised how many of them. I mean, ridiculous things they come up with as to why apparently, you know, it was sponsored by the state and it was a false flag. But I'm looking at it like this now, because I remember the first time when he came at 8, did he? Well, you know, I clearly put 8:30 in the title. Never mind. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was looking at the situation that happened in Dunblane. And I remember clearly the first time I heard a loony tell me that Dunblane was a false flag too. He was a British guy, and the guy was a Jedi, and he told me it was a false flag, and it was so they'd get rid of all the guns in this country, ban all the guns, apparently. Now, that was new to me because I didn't realize that we all walked around with guns in this country. I didn't. But that was something new to me. As far as I'm concerned, you could have a gun as long as you had a license. That's always been the way. But they talk like these conspiracy theorists talk like after Dunblane happened, and that stopped us, the general public in Great Britain, being able to walk around with a gun. Well, we've never done that. Criminals do it, but ordinary people have never walked around with guns and never wanted to. So why they say Dunblane was a false flag, well, there you go. That's just what they like, They come up with all kinds of crazy theories for anything that doesn't maybe suit. If it's another thing is it's a psychosis too, because if it doesn't suit and if it's too much for their mind to comprehend, they turn it into a conspiracy theory. Come on. I don't want the same problem. Not Jupiter. Easy's hard. Yeah, that's posted. Yeah, so it's it's not a very happy subject, obviously. And the first video I'm going to show it, but the first video that sparked the whole conspiracy off, I looked at and I thought, somebody must have explained it. Somebody must have explained the video. I'm not going to say too much, because I watched it twice, this 30-second video. I think it's 30 seconds. And I immediately knew what I was looking at. But the conspiracy theorists, right, like Alex Jones, it's the one video that sparked the whole thing off. And I just find it absolutely amazing that such a small little video of not even 30 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, was enough to spark it off, help a Mr. Jones on his way. But whilst I've been doing looking into this Sandy Hook thing, I've also realized that most of the conspiracy theories that I hear people talk about on here have come from Alex Jones. They've all come from that InfoWars clown. Yeah? Pizzagate, Alex Jones. So I dropped that link, Jupiter, for you, because you've got to be like mediator should Roy turn up. I know she was in the chat. I don't know where she's gone, because I don't want to play that 6-second video till she turns up, really. But yeah, Alex Jones has got a lot to answer. No, hi-ho. No. Pizzagate is not real, right? Maybe you'd like to come on and show me the evidence that you've got that Pizzagate was real. I mean, please. Ah, she's here. All right. Hello.
Hiya. I didn't know I was going to be the moderator, but I don't mind.
I said, didn't I, on yours? I said on yours.
Did. But I don't know whether he's going to turn up, because if he was here at 8, he's probably gone and had another couple of pints and settled his ass in the Admiralty. We have to
Yeah.
wait and see.
Well, yeah, it's
Is he on a live, Lynn or Jojo? If he is, go tell him.
yeah. If anyone knows where he's scouting about at, like,
No,
but that
if he's drinking, he'll normally be on a live with John or himself.
oh right, okay.
But I've not seen a live of theirs, so. Oh, he's coming, is he? She told him in Discord. Okay, good. Right, Pizzagate. I believe some of it's real, but I just think that it got exaggerated and stuff. But I do think that some of that they were referring to is actually come out in the Epstein files.
Mm. You see what people do, Jupiter, as far as I'm concerned. I know me and you think very differently on this, but they see a little chink, right? And oh, Roy's on his way. Okay. So they see a little chink, and that's when they enter it. They see a way in to start with the conspiracy. When the towers went down, when the Twin Towers went down, the little chink there, right, was that people's passports were found. That then told conspiracy theories. Well, how could a building be blown to bits or whatever happened, right? When they, but the
Kirst is asking for the link again.
oh, but the towers not survive, right?
Mm.
Well, I think you either believe in these conspiracies or you don't. I mean, I think that the internet is a great invention for some, not for all.
So I don't know with the Twin Towers. I tend to waver one way, then I see a video waver the other, then I see a video waver the other. What I find far-fetched is to imagine that the government would be against its own people, but after experiencing Labour,
Yeah,
after seeing what's been happening in the last 10 years, and after all this pedo stuff, they don't give a fuck about anyone.
Oh no, they don't. No, I have to agree. That way they don't. They showed that again today in Prime Minister's questions. I mean, fucking Starmer's actually stood there laughing. I mean, what's funny? There's nothing funny going on in this country at the moment, and there they all were laughing like little hyenas. They make me sick.
Well, every time the subject comes up, they're talking about money instead. It's weird.
Yeah. They make you sick. But hello, Roy.
Good evening, ladies. Good evening, Mod. Good evening, Jack. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I was, well, so it turns up at 8 o'clock and I'm like, fuck me, it's raining here. I'm like, well, I say, I give it 10 minutes. And like 10 minutes goes by, I'm like, no one here. For fuck's sake. Sick of it. I was sick of it.
Was you getting wet and cold?
I was, yeah, I thought, fuck, I'm going to the pub. I went and had a pint of Guinness and I just got back. How is everybody?
All right, yeah.
Good.
So I've been doing a bit of research and I found.
Oh, yeah, like you do. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I found some stuff. So this is not going to be an argumentative thing, right? But I will tell you, Roy,
Ooh.
I'm not going to agree with everything, but that's why Jupiter's here.
Yeah. Well,
she can tell you to be quiet, and she can tell me to be quiet.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've got a lot of respect for Jupiter. I mean, she is the ultimate moderator of a debacle or a debate. Let's call it a debate because it's not. It's not about whether I believe it's real or not. It's not
discussion. Let's say it's a discussion, not a debate for who's going to win. Just
exactly. I'm not.
Oh, no.
I'm not going with one side. My point was, I think I know what triggered you is when I mentioned Alex Jones's name. I think I think because you had an emotional response when I said Alex Jones, and then I was like, wow, I've never seen you in that situation, and you was like,
But you've never
oh,
heard me like that.
no, I haven't. So, and I thought, okay, right, because I know a lot about the Alex Jones case, and I know I don't. I mean, I know a lot about it. Let's just say that I know a lot about Leonard Posner and his son.
Yes.
I actually had an interaction with his father, right? And it was
Okay.
it was hardcore threats, believe me. And I wasn't doing anything untoward. Right? All I did was I emphasised um, the anomalies when I was asking the questions. I told you that I did the film, the documentary, Truth About Sandy Hook, because it was constantly taken down. It went viral straight away, and then it kept getting taken down. Every platform took it down. And we're like, what the fuck is going on? And what I did was, because it was sections of what we were called truthers back then. Like we were stringers. We go out, we film, and we analyze and what have you. A little bit like what auditors is today or whatever. Anyway, so we're looking at it. So we've got these, say, 15 top conspiracy theorists, call them what you want, who were analyzing the footage, because it took a lot of us to analyze hours and hours and hours and hours of footage. And the actual documentary was put together in sections. So I divided it into the 15 sections, and I posted out on my channel. And every single one of them was allowed. Every edit that I did, and I did it quite well actually. But the only one that wasn't allowed was Noah Posner, and the discrepancies that were brought up in and around it.
Wasn't it Mr. Posner who actually took Alex Jones to court?
Yeah, I know it was. He owns Honor Network. He's the founder of Honor Network.
Yeah.
And let me just say this. You know about free speech and how prominent it is in the news today, right? How we've been put in jail for tweets and what have you, right?
Yeah.
The Honor Network was set up to combat misinformation, right? And news and events that basically they didn't agree with.
Yeah, I know.
Right? So we've got to remember this. This is fundamental in it, right? So when we called it out, I got attacked, all right? And I got some serious threats. I reported him to fucking YouTube. And you know what YouTube did? Fuck all. I ended up getting banned. Me. Yeah. It's serious shit. And then
before we go off on the tangent, because Wendy's brought proof and she wants to sort of like make her points, and then she wants you to argue them from your point of view, or discuss them from your point of view. But Roy, if it was your child and people were making videos over your child,
I get it.
Wouldn't you be emotional and want to sue everyone? Because I fucking would.
When I found out about it, I was emotional, right? And I was on it like a car bonnet. It was like the highlight of that Christmas in 2012.
But to me, it would be a bit like some conspiracy nut in the UK, like Angela Power Disney, saying that Southport didn't happen.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, right? What you got to remember, which a lot of people don't know, it was a massive clampdown on gun control at that time. It was massive. And now what we know now, in emails released, bits and bobs, that Obama was talking to other people, globalists, by the way, about a massive clampdown, about taking the AR-15s off the market, and even taking down Smith & Wesson. I think it was Smith & Wesson.
Right. What I'm going to do, hang on, right. So what I'm going to do.
That was on the cards. That's my point.
Wait a minute, Roy. I'm going to play the 6 second video, right, that set off Alex, him.
Laughing.
Jones. Yeah. Now, I want Jupiter to look at it, and I want you to look at it, and then when it's finished, it's only 6 seconds long.
I've seen it a million times. But
Tell me what, wait a minute, Roy. I want each of you to tell me what you think you see.
Go on.
Right?
Okay.
Because it plays such a big part with Mr. Jones. Yeah.
Virginia Tech, when I went out there, parents, loved ones of slain young people wanted to remember their sons and their daughters, and as a result, they spoke and made a statement. So we'll see if Robbie Parker, I assume he's going to come out to the microphones now.
It was his daughter Emily
Statement,
allegedly
looks like
killed.
the family is there.
Yeah.
And they're getting ready to make to come to the microphone. So we'll listen in.
Okay. So my name's Robbie Parker. My family is one of the families that lost a child yesterday in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shootings here in Connecticut.
To remember their sons and their daughters, and as a result, they spoke and made a statement. So we'll see if Robbie Parker, I assume he's going to come out to the microphones now and make a statement. Looks like the family is there, the microphone, so we'll listen in.
Okay.
So, what, Jupiter, what do you think you saw in that video?
A grieving dad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Roy, what do you think you saw?
I saw a man come out and speak to the press, is what I saw. Right? Now,
Right.
whether he's a grieving dad or not, I have no idea. I have not a clue. I don't know. I don't know the guy. I have no connection with him whatsoever. However,
Yeah.
what was said about him, the conspiracy theories were saying, it was like it was a pre-acting scenario that they take a deep breath and they do
No,
this.
this is what Alex Jones did. This is what he read about.
Yeah.
Now, that man there was fighting to survive, because when you're in such a psychological state as he will have been in, he would have been literally fighting to catch his breath, fighting to survive, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I saw when I saw this video. So I was quite amazed that Alex Jones literally made videos taking the piss out of this guy and saying he was laughing and joking, and then realized the cameras had gone live, and then decided to make out he couldn't breathe.
It was very odd behaviour at the time. If you watch it live,
I don't know. I know.
You didn't really play it all there, where he's laughing and joking. He laughs and jokes, and then he goes into that dramatic pose of the deep breaths. Right, that is what got tongues wagging.
Right. So have you ever been in a state where have you ever been in a situation where something the worst thing you could think of has happened to you?
I have. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And are you aware of what you're doing at the time? Because facially, I mean, I know I wasn't.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So let me point something out to you, Roy, right?
Yeah.
When my dad died, and there was in fact, let me not even go to my own father. Let me go to somebody that I knew really well, whose 19-year-old son died.
Yeah.
When you lose a child, it's not the natural order of things, okay? So they say that there's two types of death that really affects people. Their own parents and their own children. Those are the worst kind of... You kind of expect it with your grandparents, but it still hurts. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, when it's your own child, especially when they're very young, yeah. And his child was 6 years old. Now, my friend, she had a 19-year-old that died. He went off to a Christmas party and never ever come back. And there was actually stuff around that as well, but whatever. The fact of the matter is that they were smiling with people that turned up. When people turn up, they greet you. They're glad that you've turned up. that they want the support and everything else, and they're polite. But the minute that you've got to go up on the mic and start talking about the loss that you've just lost,
Yeah, I get it. I understand.
I mean, Roy, I can talk about the loss of my dad one day and be completely fine. Another day I'd be talking about it and I'm overwhelmed with grief again.
Yeah. Well, I'm Irish. We have a wake. When someone dies, we all get pissed and have a laugh. So that's my take on grief. That's how we deal with it. It's just different people deal with grief in different ways. I understand that 100%. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying this is my opinion. I'm saying it's an observation, an anomaly that was brought up that had to be looked into.
It's what done it all, yeah.
And the reason
the body language that I saw, Roy, was him smile to the other people.
That's right.
Then there's a cut-off point because he's now going to address the audience.
Yeah.
I didn't see what other people were saying they saw, which is him laughing and joking and treating it as a joke. I didn't see that.
Have you seen the another anomaly, right? The videos, I think they've all been taken off. Actually, there was one called Circles, and it was a police helicopter video of the actual site itself. And it was a fire station. And there's two entrances to the fire station, the back entrance and the front entrance. Now, there was approximately about 200 to 2,500 people there. And there were loads of cars there. And what someone noticed and pointed out was these people are walking in a circle. And it was like, right? Have you seen the film? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right.
I ain't got a clue. Anyway, let's go on to the next point.
Right.
So let Wendy do it because I'm sure she's covered that at some point. So
this video is taking us right back to the day it happened. So, Roy, if you see anything where you want to comment on anything you see, tell me to stop, right?
Yep.
And if I see something, or even you, Jupes, I'll stop it anyway. Jupiter, you tell me to stop too if you see anything, love. Yeah. Right. So
came shortly after 9:30 this morning, and law enforcement officers, including local and state police, as well as agents from the FBI and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, were quickly on the scene. At an afternoon news conference, Connecticut State Police Lieutenant Paul Vance detailed how officials proceeded once they arrived.
So, Roy, are we meant to believe that all of this that we're looking at was staged?
I didn't say that. You said that.
Yeah, I'm glad you're answering the way you are, because I got a brilliant video for you. I got brilliant videos. Yeah, so you keep answering like that, right? Yeah.
I'm just saying, have you got the video of the stage, right?
No, we're going to go through it. We're going to go through it properly.
Of the
Roy.
school down the road. Are you talking? There's a school just down the road that was staging an event of a school shooting on the same day. Have you got that video?
That's not true. That's a lie.
Well, that was true, by the way. If you go on Glock said there was a practice, like a staged event, and it was, and the reason why they do that is to get everyone in training. It's a training, right? So now these things do happen. Is it a coincidence? Well, I don't believe in coincidences. It's like, remember the 7/11 bombing, 7/7 bombings on the trains. Half 8 that morning, the head of London Transport Network, right, the guy in the control room, he said on Sky News, he said, the weirdest thing, we were training for a bomb event on the underground. We were in training and it happened. And he was baffled. That was on 8:30 in the morning on Sky News. And then it got taken off. So you can't even find it on the internet.
Right. So let me get back to this, because I don't want to talk about that, because I'll start. So, right, let's carry on with this.
Off-duty troopers responded to the school, and with Newtown police immediately upon arrival, entered the school and began a complete active shooter search of the building. That included checking every door, every crack, every crevice, every portion of that school.
Vance also confirmed there were multiple people dead inside the school, including the suspected gunman.
There were several fatalities at the scene, both students and staff. There is no information relative to that that is being released at this time until we've made complete and proper notification. The shooter is deceased inside the building. There's a great deal of work that is undertaken immediately upon locating the shooter.
A law enforcement officer told the Associated Press the alleged gunman was a 20-year-old Adam Lanza, whose mother was a teacher at the school. She's reportedly one of the victims of the rampage. There were also reports the gunman died of self-inflicted gunshot wounds and that his older brother is being questioned by authorities. The school, Sandy Hook Elementary, is home to children from kindergarten through 4th grade. The violent episode shook students and their families in the small Newtown community, 65 miles northeast of New York City.
Then the police were knocking on the door and they're like, we're evacuating people. So we ran out. There's police about at every door. They're leading us down this way, quick, come on. So then we got to the firehouse and we sat in our classes and we're all really happy that we're all alive.
It doesn't even seem real. It just does not seem like it's even possible. It's like you read it in the paper or see it in the news. You're like, oh my God, that poor family. And then you have something happen so close to home. It's like, I think I'm still in shock, to be honest with you.
And Connecticut Governor Dannell Malloy addressed the shooting late this afternoon.
You can never be prepared for this kind of incident. What has happened, what has transpired at that school building will leave a mark on this community and every family impacted.
Today's occurrence in Connecticut is only the latest mass shooting this year. Most notably, in July, a gunman opened fire at a midnight screening of the latest Batman movie, killing 12 and wounding.
Now tell me, Roy, was the Batman movie killing, was that a false flag?
Well, that was questioned. That was completely questioned as a false flag. There's loads of investigative information about that. Whether I don't know if it's still up, but yeah, that was called upon. That was spoken about.
And Dunblane, was that a false flag?
Dunblane, I don't know so much about Dunblane, right? I'm not sure, right? Because we was already, we was able to have guns prior to that. Tony Blair brought in some draconian fucking rules.
So what guns were we allowed, Roy?
Any gun.
No. So hang on, wait a minute. So wait. Are you saying that you could run around with any kind of gun in this country? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean.
Prior to, was it 1986 or was it 89? I can't remember.
Well, no, actually, that's bad. It was 1996. It was 1996.
I'm a decade. I'm an old man. Forgive me. But
so before that, are you saying that I could have gone somewhere and bought a gun?
Yeah, you could.
Would I have had to have been? How would I go about doing that then?
Just go in there, say I want to buy a gun. Have you got a criminal record? They ask you all a bunch of questions. Remember, this is before computers. All right. Right. Yeah.
And what happened after Dunblane then?
What do you mean? What happened after Dunblane?
You just said that Tony Blair brought in a load of draconian measures to stop people buying guns. Is that right?
Having guns, yeah, it made it illegal.
Well,
made it.
Well, that's not true. That's not true because I've got a neighbour on both sides who have guns, and they've got to be kept in a cabinet. The cabinet has to be locked. Yep. They have to have a license, and these are bloody great big shotguns as well. So what do you mean it's illegal? You can't have guns.
Oh no! If you've got a reason, listen. When I was up in Staffordshire, we was going shooting nearly every other day. We were shooting either rabbits or vermin off the land, right?
Yeah, but that's not what you were saying. You were saying they made it illegal.
No, anyone could have had a gun, right? Back in the day, after the war, everyone fucking had guns. There was guns all over the fucking shop.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Where I lived,
look, right. Your ordinary everyday. So if I'm walking around fucking Tesco's with my kids, are you trying to say I got a gun in my bag before 1996?
No. But there were people that did carry guns. But people had them walk on the streets with them. They had them in their house. They had them like their granddad's guns. Their dad was in the army in the war and all that. They collected them. There was one guy in Battersea just round the corner from where I lived. He had 100.
You still can't. You still can, but they've got to be kept in cabinets, locked up, locked away. You have to be registered.
There are lots of rules and regulations, right? So
I think what he's saying is that they increased the rules around having a gun. They made it more difficult.
Yeah,
they made it more difficult. That's what he's saying.
Slightest criminal record now, you can't never have a gun. You know, you can't.
Well,
you know, because
that should be the way it is. Yeah.
Like, even if you are the smartest person in the world, you had a misdemeanor problem here, and that comes under that rule. They say no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed to.
Yeah, so if you're living in 15 the Smith, right? If you live in 15 the Terrace, right, in the middle of I don't know where, why would you want a gun?
If I lived amongst terrorists.
No, if you lived in a street called 15 the Terrace, right?
Okay, yeah.
Why would you require a gun in Britain?
In case someone broke into my house. And
well, you're not allowed to use it, though, are you? If people break into your house.
Well, it's a Fafo moment, isn't it?
I mean, can we remember the farmer that did use it, and he went to jail, didn't he?
I supported him 100%. You know, I would have fucking done exactly the same thing.
No, I'm not saying whether we supported him or not. I'm saying, remember him.
Why did he go to jail?
Because he shot him in the back, and that's not self-defense.
Right, so he got shot. He tried to break in his house, and he got shot. Now
that's not true. You got it wrong. He actually did break into his house.
Yeah. And he
was running away. He was running away, and the old guy shot him in the back.
Well, you know, in that situation when you've just been robbed, all right, you're like that situation you were talking about earlier. You know, you're in a bit of a panic situation. You've got a gun. You're scared for your life. You don't know how many people are in this little firm that are coming to rob you, right? And he's been robbed before, and he's got his gun ready, and he just lets it off in the middle of the night. There's no way that he aimed that, right, with a laser pointer, because he never had one on it, and got him right in the fucking nugget, right in the cherry.
Well,
right?
That's besides the point. The point is that he shot and killed that the thief, the burglar. But you can't say, wait a minute, Roy, you can't say he didn't deserve to go to jail, because he did.
I don't think he did.
What? You should have let him off then?
Yeah. I think he was defending his castle. You know, every man's home is his castle.
But the young, he wasn't a man. He was a young lad of 16. The young lad was literally in a field running away.
Well, I wasn't there, so I don't know. He was like in a field, and he was almost getting away, and like blah blah, and he was going to disappear. I don't know that. I know it was dark. I know in there, there's no.
Hold on a minute. I think he was actually shot in the driveway, but he was running away. It was in the back.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He was running away. All right. Well, bad luck for him, because he shouldn't have been robbing people, right? Because anything could have happened. He could have confronted him in the house. How do you know what that boy would have done, right, to that old man?
But do you know what, Roy? This is something that has started to really niggle me with people of today. They're putting too much emotion into things, right?
Oh, yeah.
And
100%.
Instead of looking at years ago, right, it was quite simple. Did you break the law? Didn't you break the law? We don't take into account all the run up to it. That comes in mitigating circumstances later on when we start taking time off for certain things. The fact of the matter is, did you break the law or didn't you break the law? Right. But now, I was saying this to Hector today, right? There was an exchange in Parliament, not in Parliament, in Congress, right? That was going on over in America. And they're asking a question, and the person's deflecting, right? So, and I said to Hector, this is really beginning to annoy me. If you're in a court of law, right, and a solicitor asks you a question, Roy, let's just say there's been a robbery in a car park and they're trying to prosecute you for it.
Yeah.
Was your vehicle in such and such car park on the 10th of April, let's just say? Yeah. You turn round and you start responding by going to the lawyer. I've heard about you and your previous cases. You know, I know that you failed 2 cases and that you're not a very good lawyer. And they go, stick to the question. Yeah. But do you remember that case you got off with when you tried to argue? Stick to the question. It's a simple question. And this is what's going on. There's too much emotion. When it comes, no, Roy, the point I'm making is, right, we no longer have police officers that enforce the law. We no longer have a court system that actually just looks at the actual facts, right? And it used to be this. Did you shoot someone in the back as they were running away? Yes. Is that considered reasonable force? No, because they're running away. You don't need to use force on someone that's running away. Now, once he's found guilty, then the mitigating circumstances would come into it, where it was on your property, he was trespassing, he was there to steal, and if he wasn't there to steal, he wouldn't have had the altercation in the first place. Therefore, there is some culpability on the thief himself, and therefore the sentence start to be reduced and become a bit lighter. But the fact of the matter is, he broke the fucking law, and he killed someone. And it might be manslaughter and not murder because it wasn't intent, but he did kill someone.
But the thing is, if you've ever been in a situation like that, you're never going to know. You're never going to understand what it's like. It's a life and death situation, right? You're either going to be killed or you're going to kill someone. Now,
not if someone's running
away.
Hang on, wait a minute. Let me finish. Now, in that situation, in that particular situation, right? I thought about it, and I thought, well, there was 2 of them. There were 2 kids at the front. Okay? And let me tell you about, without being disrespectful to my Irish brothers and sisters, but there's a crew of people that roam around England that work in firms, big time. They do some big crimes, okay, on big houses worth millions of dollars, and they come across these little farmhouses now, and they will try and get what they can. Right, it happens. Right, this is right in the UK, and they come in a firm. Now, if I lived on a farm like that, and I was on my own, and I had my shotguns, I'd have one right next to me, guaranteed. And if I come into that situation, I don't know how many of them there are. So at this point, I'm in a panic mode. I'm shitting myself. I don't know who's going to come around the back, who's in my house now. Is that a diversion or what? And then you kind of do lose control. Should he have gone to prison for that? I don't think so. I think he was put under the pressure. His home was being robbed. The guy was in fear for his life.
The law had no choice but to send him to prison.
Right. So the law had no choice. So the law is an ass.
No, because the man, it wasn't, it was manslaughter. I'm not saying that he shot to shoot, like shoot to kill. I never believed he did it deliberately. He thought he was defending himself, but he did take a life and he had to go to prison.
Well, the laws in Florida, Florida laws. Fuck around and find.
I don't care about them because we don't.
I know. I'm just saying. But
let me just carry on with this.
Wait a minute. Their crime rate and their shooting rate is lowest in America. I mean, that tells you that kind of firm enforcement of giving people the right to defend themselves does mean something, because you're in Florida, right? You can't just walk into a bar and tell everyone to give them your watches and your jewelry. You can do that in a lot of states, and Democrats states. You can do that because they know that none of you are allowed to have a gun, right? None of you. But in Florida, they know that every fucking motherfucker in that fucking restaurant is packing. So you know what?
Hang on, what are you talking about? They've got their Second Amendment. They're all allowed to have guns.
No. In Republican states, yes, they all carry guns. They have open carry, they have concealed carry. But in Democrat states, you're not allowed. Believe me. Try to get a gun.
They can't take away. They can't take away the Second Amendment just because they happen to be Democrats.
But if you've dropped a cigarette on the floor in New York, right, more than once, you will never own a gun in your life.
Well, that's wonderful.
That's how mad it is. In Democrat states,
school attack now ranks as the second deadliest crime of its kind in American history, only behind the Virginia Tech shootings with 32 dead in 2007.
The Associated Press has reported that the gunman's brother is cooperating and not believed to have any connection. AP also said this evening that 3 guns were found, 2 pistols, including a Glock, and a 223 caliber rifle in the back of a car. For more, we go to a reporter who has been at the school and on the scene today. Craig Lamolt is with the WSHU Public Radio in Fairfield, Connecticut. I talked with him minutes ago from Newtown. He used his...
All right. So now the video footage showed them taking out. I think there were 2 guns in the boot of the car. Right, it was a black Honda. Right, all 4 doors were open, and there were 3 jackets surrounding the car. 3, not one. Like you're like, hang on, this looks like multiple actors involved in this attack. Right, that was the crime scene. I saw it with my own eyes, and I saw the police pulling out the long rifles out the boot of the car. The shells that were found inside the school were Glock shells. So this was another anomaly because the press were coming out and saying one thing, telling the people one thing, and then the FBI and were saying something completely different, and it was confusion.
Okay, Roy.
Go on.
When the media turn up at an event, they often go by what witnesses state, and sometimes witnesses state the wrong thing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
For example, I'm going to tell you something, right? When I was working in Southwark as parking attendant, right, I was on a removal truck, going to enforce somewhere, go to lift a vehicle, and there'd been two trucks to remove a couple of vehicles, right? So there was a truck in front of me that was my colleague that was under me, he was part of my team, and me in my truck, right? 2 removal trucks. And we were driving over Tower Bridge. And you can go and look this up, it actually happened. And a bus went along Tower Bridge, yeah, and a tree branch hit the front of the double-decker bus upstairs, yeah, and caused the woman to caused the woman to get an injury, right?
I remember that.
Because I think the bus went into...
It was. Tabridge Road.
That's right. The bus either went into a tree or it knocked the pedestrian down.
Mm-hmm.
My colleague was asked to make a statement because he was nearer to the bus than I was. Yeah. He was like the vehicle behind, to say what he saw, right? To say what he saw. He wrote a statement saying the woman flew out of the top of the bus onto the pavement below, but she never.
No.
CCTV showed that he got it all completely wrong.
Yeah.
So what happens is your mind fills in the blanks. So he never actually saw how she got on the ground. He just see the tree, he see the crash, he heard the noise, saw her on the floor, see the window was broken, assumed that's where she come from. Right? Now, if a press officer had turned up and asked him, can you tell me what you saw, sir? And he repeated that story. They would have run off and said an eyewitness account, blah, 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 blah. This is what happened. And then later on, they would have to recorrect what happened.
Yep.
So the press putting out something different to what the police actually state isn't evidence of anything, really.
It's what the people get told. Yeah, and I totally listened to what you said. But here's the thing: the press, right, are the ones with the voice, right? What they say is picked up by the majority of the people. Okay. Now, do the press work with the government? Of course they do. We know they do. The BBC, we know they do. Now, I want you to carry on, but I'm going to bring up something about Noah Posner in a minute that is going to
get into that little
blow your mind. Blow your mind. Yeah. Go on. Let's carry on.
Yeah. I haven't missed anything out, Roy.
Okay.
Oh, that's the wrong video. Hang on. Right, get back here.
.3 caliber rifle in the back of a car. For more, we go to a reporter who has been at the school and on the scene today. Craig Lamolt is with the WSHU Public Radio in Fairfield, Connecticut. I talked with him minutes ago from Newtown. He used his cell phone to hear my questions. Craig Lamolt, thank you for joining us. I understand you went to the Sandy Hook Elementary School today after the shooting. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I did go this morning. Where I got was actually there's a fire station just around the corner from the Sandy Hook Elementary School that they were using as a staging area for parents to come. I got there as a lot of parents.
So there's your fire station, right, that you were talking about.
Staging area. Yeah, he never got to the school. He never went to the school.
What do you mean?
He never went to the school.
But you haven't got any evidence for that.
No, I'm telling you, he wasn't allowed to go to that school. No one was allowed to go to that
Hang
school.
on. So let's see what else it says.
Were arriving and trying to get to where their kids are, and there was I wouldn't call it a panic, but there was a lot of concerned parents, and I saw a lot of relieved faces as they got there and saw their kids that were safe.
Did you get an opportunity to talk to any of the parents or any of the children?
I did, yes. I spoke to a couple kids and to their parents. The children told me that they were in class doing just ordinary things, just like they ordinarily would. And they started hearing some banging, and the teachers told them that it was a lockdown. I was actually, I gotta say, surprised that kids knew what a lockdown was. I think that's sort of a sad statement. They'd practiced this before, and they all raced into a coat room before they were ultimately evacuated from the building. I spoke to other people who witnessed children being carried out of the building, and the parents that I spoke to basically were just remarkable.
What?
The kids, he's saying, the kids thought, they thought it was a drill.
No, he said, see how you're swapping the words? See how you're swapping the words and the meaning?
No, he said that he
thought
spoke to
the school was on a lockdown.
And they thought it was a drill, a lockdown.
Well, yeah, Beans as the kids was like 7 years old. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's not even what was said for both of you.
Go on,
what the bloke actually said was, okay, that the kids were told that it was a lockdown, and they run into the cloakroom, and he found it surprising that children knew what a lockdown was. Yeah. And the reason being was because they'd already been prepared in previous months and taught what to do in a lockdown.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, but what does that mean to you, Roy?
What does it mean to me?
Yeah.
Well, it's not what it means to me. It's what it looks like to the people that are saying, the conspiracy theorists, as you say, are saying, hang on a minute, a false flag. You know what a false flag is? It's an event that can be switched at any moment, right?
Okay.
Any moment, yeah.
I got the perfect video for how he's talking, right? Yeah.
So what the anomalies were saying that it was a false flag. So a false flag event can turn real or it can turn fake, or nothing comes of it. It doesn't matter. They'll say, right, okay, let's go live, and then bang, bombs go off, people get killed. You know, government. What you got to remember is governments will kill lots and lots of people just to get one point across. Obama killed fucking thousands and thousands of people. Right, he killed family members.
Into that. Right, come on, let's carry on with this. Right,
which is how far governments will go. Governments will go to that.
Like this can happen in what really is a very quiet town.
I know that right now, even as we speak, everything's in flux. A lot of information, new information keeps coming in. But what can you tell us about the suspected shooter who's been identified in some reports as this 20-year-old Lanza?
Well, you know, we have confirmed that the shooter was the son of one of the teachers. There are names going around that are being reported. The officials have not identified the shooter or any of the victims yet, officially. So I'm not at liberty to say what the name of the shooter was, but we have confirmed that it was the son of one of the teachers. Also, officials, state police, are confirming that there was another fatality, another homicide in Sandy Hook today, and they do believe, of course, that is related.
And then what can you tell us about Newtown? One of the fathers said he couldn't believe something like this would happen in a small town like Newtown.
Yeah, it's a small, close-knit community, and in a really quiet part of the state. You know, it's a suburb, but it's almost really more rural. And you know, I talked to a police official here who was asked when the last murder in this part of town was in Newtown or in Sandy Hook, and he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember the last time it was. He said it had to have been more than 10 years since there's been a murder in this town.
Hang on.
Craig Lamont.
Yeah.
Wendy, stop it there. So here's another anomaly, right? So he just said they couldn't remember the last time there was a murder in that place.
Uh-huh.
Let me tell you, right? A couple of months after the shooting, some people that I knew looked into it and went on the FBI list of fatalities, shooting fatalities in Connecticut, that part of New York, right?
Yeah,
And
but he's on about that little part. He's just on about that little town, that little village or town or whatever it is. Not Connecticut.
Connecticut is like fucking the size of Africa, for fuck's sake.
Exactly.
It's not a big place, right? But on the FBI files, right, you can go onto the FBI website and you can find out exactly how many people died in your neck of the woods that year or that month or whenever, right? You can do that. There's a list, and it says there were 12 fatalities in Bronx, or there was 100 in fucking Miami.
Right. So how many was in the little town?
When we looked on Newtown, Sandy Hook, it said in December there was 0 fatalities on the FBI website, and that is, you can check that up. That's verifiable. You can do that. Go on Grok, and Grok will say to you, yes, they actually did say that. But what Grok says, let me tell you, Grok says, however, the Connecticut Police Department did not inform the FBI to put that on their website and blah. Now, to me and to a lot of people, right? Hang on.
Hold on, that's a different point. Hold on. We can go on that point in a minute. But your point, the first point that you tried to make was that the little town had murders in Connecticut. And Wendy pointed out to you, yeah, but we're not talking about Connecticut. We're talking about Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook is in Connecticut, by the way.
Yeah, I know it's in Connecticut.
I know, but you know London, Roy. Right? I live in the borough of Greenwich. But Eltham and Woolwich are 2 different places.
I get it. I know what you're saying. But
so if I was to say, say there was no murders in schools ever before in Eltham, and I've never known it in the whole of my life. Yeah. And then in 2 months' time, touch wood, it never happens. Yeah, because I'm superstitious. There's something was to happen in school in Eltham. And then I tell the press that it's unheard of. They ask me as a witness, and I say it's unheard of. I've never known that to happen in Eltham before. And then they go and find a shooting somewhere else in Woolwich or thingy that's in the borough of Greenwich, but it's not in Eltham. That's what you're doing.
No. This is specific to Newtown, Connecticut. This isn't like I don't know, fucking Whitechapel, Connecticut, or fucking Battersea, Connecticut. This is Newtown, Connecticut on the FBI website. It states there was
maybe you know. I'm not being funny, but maybe they had better things to do than update the website of the 26 that got killed that day.
Well, I mean, you think it'd be a serious thing to focus upon?
No, I don't
Isn't
think
that serious then? What, it's just a school shooting? Don't worry about it. No,
don't worry about it. It's just maybe they didn't think that conspiracy theorists would be looking on the website to see if the FBI had updated the status of the website.
So it was a tech little sorry about that. You know, the tech boy, he's new, you know, he didn't put it up there. Okay.
I never said that. I said maybe they had more things to worry about than updating a website for conspiracy theories to see 26 deaths.
Okay, so what do you do if you want loads of conspiracies to go out? You don't say nothing. What do you
Well,
do if
I'm not
you
pushing the
take it?
point. I'm not pushing the point, right? Because
I'm just
I've got
telling
a lot to
you.
get through. So
I'm
let's
just
carry
telling
on.
you
Thank you very
what
much from the
happened.
NPR
That
affiliate in
happened.
Fairfield,
That
Connecticut.
actually
Thank
happened.
you.
Right. So
When I woke up that day, I was actually really excited because it was supposed to be like a really good day. Because
is this little girl a crisis actor?
Sorry?
Hello? All right. Is
Say that
this
again?
little girl a crisis actor, Roy?
I
Is
have
this
no
little girl a crisis actor?
I have no clue. Not a clue. I have no idea.
Okay.
I had picked out my own clothes, and for someone who was 7, that was a big deal. And later that day, when we were like gonna give us each a turn to hold her walkie-talkie while we walked out, and it was my day, so I was so excited. But I remember getting to school and being at morning meeting, and this is kind of when it all unfolded. So we were all in a circle, like saying like good morning and stuff, waiting for the loudspeaker. And then I guess it just happened, like the gunshots. But I just remember someone saying like Cubbies, and like we all just like ran to the Cubbies. I remember like someone knocked over a chair or something because like we were all moving so quickly. I was wedged into the Cubbies, and our door was like right there, and then the Cubbies were like pressed up on the other side of the door because there was like a little wall. And so like from the door, you couldn't really see the Cubbies until you walked fully into the classroom. I remember all of us being really quiet, but like really loud at the same time. Like, cause we were all sobbing, and it was just like so loud, but we were trying so hard to be quiet. And I remember we could hear the footsteps of the firemen on the roof, and it freaked us out so badly. Cause like in our mind, we didn't really know what was going on. We kind of just figured like, oh no, like someone else is out to get us, like on the roof. All of that was over the loudspeaker too. So we could hear everything going on. The reason the loudspeaker was on says Mrs. Hawksprung was trying to warn us, but then she got shot. And so we just kind of heard more gunshots, obviously. We heard all the loud noises and stuff, and like the static of the speaker. I remember the static of the speaker really well. There was 2 doors. One was the one next to the Cubbies, like I said, and then one was like across the classroom that connected to another classroom. And I just remember being so afraid of that other door that maybe like he would come in through that other classroom and go into our room. Mrs. Clements dragged over a desk, and she was trying to read to us with a book, and like she was holding it up, but her hands were just like shaking a lot. And so it was like really hard to just like stay calm. And I remember her calling 911, and I remember her going out into the hallway and pulling 2 first graders from the hallway. We even like pulled over like the stuffed animals that we had, because we had like a little farm for our stuffed animals, and we were trying to like calm each other down. I don't know how long it was, but I remember when the police finally knocked on the door, we all just like screamed no. Like I didn't even process what was going on. I just remember myself screaming no, and like so many other people just being like, no, please, like don't open the door. And when they finally opened the door, the police came and got us, and they told us to line up and put our hands on the person in front of us' shoulders and close our eyes, and then they let us out of the building. And I know a few of my friends didn't close their eyes, and like they're still so scarred because they saw like their classmates, I guess. And we didn't know if the guy was still alive. We didn't know if he was still roaming the halls. I was like, where's my sister? Where's my sister? And I would go up to every single policeman, and I was sobbing on them, and I was just like falling all over them, being like, where is my sister? Do you know if my sister's alive? Like, please help me find my sister. And I remember I actually met up with my my friend who's still my best friend then, who's still my best friend now. And then we went off and we finally found my sister in her classroom full of kindergartners with her teacher. And I remember just like finding her and my best friend was like the most relieved I've ever been in my entire life. I remember giving her the biggest hug. I remember my mom was at the grocery store, so she like didn't get there till like the very end, and I was like, where's my mom? Like, why is my mom not here? It was just a whole lot of anxiety that I had never felt as a 7-year-old. I had hardly even felt sadness. Everything was just different now. Like, everything was just sad and scary, and like it kind of like made us realize like the world's not like all sunshine and rainbows, I guess. Like, it's not everything our childhood had been up to that far. Even though it was 8 years ago, like that doesn't make it any better. And the fact that it was 8 years ago and still very little has changed is so unacceptable. And the thing about like this trauma, and specifically because we were so young, you don't really grow away from it. You kind of grow around it. As you grow up, it like moves with you. And so like I remember like a couple years ago I was in middle school, and so during middle school I had to go through all of that all over again because my mind is maturing and I'm growing up. I had to just like kind of realize like what had happened to me and like all these things. And like I have PTSD from the shooting, you know, like I have a lot of my anxiety started from 12-14. Like that's where a lot of bad emotions came from. And there's a lot of survivor's guilt too. Just like thinking like somehow as like a 7-year-old I was supposed to do something. Like obviously like I know I couldn't have, but that doesn't change the fact that I felt like I should have been able to. Or like maybe like I didn't deserve some of the pity that was given to me because I didn't lose anyone myself, or I wasn't shot myself. For them to say like that this just didn't happen, for it to be a hoax, for them to be paid actors or something, it's so invalidating. It is incredibly invalidating to everything our community has gone through, to everything other communities have gone through. I can't give you proof except for my trauma, except for like the letters people wrote to us, except for like the fact that I actually went to that school, you know? I can't even express how angry, how emotional that makes me.
Well, certainly instead of you believe her, right? You believe her.
He understands
no matter
what losing a child is like, and he understands the amount of trauma and like.
Eh?
Oh my goodness!
What did you say?
Is she now sticking up for Joe Biden and his compassion?
Remember, she's a 15. Wait a minute, she's not sticking up for anyone. She's a 15. You see, this is where she's a 15-year-old girl. She's a 15-year-old girl. Wait, no. She's a 15-year-old girl that's been through something terrible that I wouldn't want any child to have to go through. And you're saying, oh, what? She's now sticking up for Joe Biden?
No. She well, I just see she. Well, it looked like she was going to stick up for Joe Biden there.
All she says about Biden is because he was the president of the United States or whatever he was at the time. I don't know what he was at the time. No, he wasn't the president, was he? He must have been somewhere else. Vice president, right. She thought he was going to do something about the gun laws, tighten them up. And what you're saying, she's wrong for wanting that.
No. And what I'm saying is, like, you listened to that and you took it all in and you went, right, I believe this.
I never said that.
No. Well, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Wait a minute. So what about her statement did you not believe?
I don't know the girl, right? I know it's 8 years after the event. So whatever she says could well be contrived, could well be made up, could well be fucking manipulated and put together for a particular reason, whatever that reason is. Look, you know, Duke,
but you've got no evidence. You've got no evidence to say
earlier. On something earlier, she said, "You know what? When events happen, she experienced an event, right? And I remember that event, right? It was a tree, a bus hit a tree, and the guy on the scene, he couldn't evaluate it because when he was questioned, right? He was questioned after the event, right? Now that's the importance of old Bill actually getting a witness, getting a victim, getting a suspect, and questioning them immediately. Because if you don't, they're going to have time to sit and think, and they're going to contemplate it. They're going to
wait a minute,
and they're going to come out with their own. And
hold on, wait. So this is the problem with people. do believe in conspiracy theories.
I'm
I
not
expect
thinking
that young
conspiracy
girl, when
theories.
she was 7, was asked and was given therapy to get a statement, right? And as a 7-year-old, they would have to go very gently, very slowly. So I think most of them will have given their own statements. But you know what? You know, it's not for public view.
Yeah, well, you put a kid. You put
So
a kid
can
in
I
the.
just cut in here a minute and just cut through the bullshit and just say the blazingly obvious? If you've been caught up in a shooting, you're more likely to be against guns than somebody that hasn't been caught up in a shooting. And I do think that it is quite possible that governments would propagandize victims to get through statutes and laws that they particularly have been fighting for. They would, so you would definitely have this case used by one group of people to say, look, this is why we want to get rid of guns, because shooters are going into schools. Me personally, I don't think that's the answer. I don't think it would have made a blind bit of difference. If you're a criminal that wants to do bad things, there's ways of getting other instruments to do the harm that you want to do, or even get a gun on the black market.
Easy. Get a gun. I could go and get a gun in half an hour.
So I don't
know where you could go and get a gun from, Roy. Leave that.
If you,
but I can understand why she would want.
Honestly, Pierce, you've kind of been a bully on this issue, because what you do, and I've seen it repeatedly on your show. I watch your show, and I've seen it repeatedly. What you tend to do is you tend to demonize people who differ from you politically by more about the dead kids. They would agree with you on policy. I think we can have a rational political conversation about balancing rights and risks and rewards of all of these different policies. But I don't think that what we need to do is demonize people on the other side as being unfeeling about what happened in San Diego.
How dare you accuse me of standing on the graves of the children who died there? How dare you?
I've seen you do it repeatedly, Pierce.
Like I say, how dare you?
I mean, you can keep saying that, but you've done it repeatedly. What you do, and I've seen you do it on the program, is you keep saying to folks that if they disagree with you politically, then somehow this is a violation of what happened in Sandy Hook. And you have yet, I really want to hear your policy prescriptions for what we should do about guns. Because you say that you respect the Second Amendment, and you know, I brought this here for you so that you can read it. It's the Constitution. And I would
because
like for you to explain to me what you would do about guns that would have prevented.
Roy, it's only 3 minutes long, and it's Piers Morgan, whether you like him or not, he comes out with something very important in about a minute's time. And I'd like to know your opinion on that.
Can I let everyone know that Piers Morgan works for MI6, just so you know. Like Nick Lowell's works for MI5.
How you would know that is beyond me, but there you go.
Well,
Piers Morgan. I just want to say Piers Morgan is in the Epstein files, but that's not the point.
Piers Morgan is not in the episode. No, he's not. He had a picture. He had, because he explained it on his show.
My goodness, really? Come on, man.
Yeah. He had
Wendy.
a picture. No, I'm not going to be bullied. Sorry, Roy.
I'm not going
to. Let Wendy speak. Let Wendy speak. Go on.
He had a picture took of Ghislaine with Ghislaine Maxwell at some I don't know, artist party in New York, and that is it. That is all he knows. He never met what you call him, the guy, and he just had a picture took with her.
Okay, so that makes you believe that he's not MI6.
No, what I said to you was, no, Roy, you ask a question, then carry on.
Go on.
If I don't know if he's MI6, MI5, or what he is, right? But what I do know is, if he is MI6, you wouldn't know about it.
Right. Number one, I don't know if he's MI6 or not, right? Let's just stick to we're dealing with. Because
I'm sorry, Julie, but that Roy has just made a stupid statement.
I'm not being rude.
If he was MI6, you wouldn't know about it, Roy.
Okay, because who am I? What's my name?
Roy.
Let's not go down that road. It's not worth it. Look, I've got my opinions. You've got yours, and I respect you 100%. I will never.
Is your name not Roy then?
Yeah, mine's Roy.
So what do you mean?
Right?
What do you mean? Who am I? What's my name? What?
Well, you're
Well,
going to
he's
outmouth.
right. What he's pointing out is you don't know his background, who he knows, or what job he's done, or what job he does do.
He said he's a stringer. I know what a stringer is.
Yeah, but you can be a stringer and still have had other employment, Wendy.
Yeah, but my point is this, right?
Go on.
If you knew, let me put it this way, if he's MI5 or MI6, right, you wouldn't know about it. And if you did know about it, you shouldn't be going around publicly saying it.
Why not?
Because if you do, Roy, you'll end up getting arrested. Don't you understand?
Yeah.
I told you, Wendy is very, very, very based where the state's concerned. But Wendy, let's get back to this video.
Yeah, let's
get
back to this video. Yeah.
Before we play it, hold on. Before we play it, you have to admit that this is now being propagandized. You've got two people both propagandizing it now.
Yeah, that's not why I'm playing it.
Okay.
There's a good reason why I'm playing it, and it's about a minute. It'll be on in about a minute, 60 seconds at the most.
Okay. Let's watch it.
What happened in Sandy Hook? If you want to do what you did in the UK, right, which is ban virtually all guns, that is at least a fair argument, and we can have a discussion about whether that's something that we ought to do or
I've
not.
made it very clear what I want to do, which is exactly what Mark Kelly wants to do. And in fact, rather than address
let's talk about that.
Rather than address your comments to me about standing on the graves of children at Sandy Hook, you can address them to Mark Kelly, because he agrees with everything that I've been saying, because he feels the same way as does his wife. They're gun owners. They both respect the Second Amendment of the Constitution. They don't want to take away anybody's right to defend themselves with guns.
They want to take away certain types of guns, obviously.
They want to take away assault weapons, which are capable, with magazines like we saw at Aurora and Sandy Hook, of unleashing a ridiculous amount of bullets.
Well, this is a question I wanted to ask you, Piers, because I've seen you talk about assault weapons a lot, and I've seen Mark Kelly talk about assault weapons. The vast majority of murders in this country that are committed with guns are not committed with assault weapons; they're committed with handguns. So, are you willing to ban handguns in this country across the country?
No, that's not what I'm asking for.
Why not?
Let me ask you.
Don't you care about the kids who are being killed in Chicago as much as the kids in Sandy Hook?
Yes, I do.
Then why don't you care about banning the handguns in Chicago?
We'll come to that. Let me ask you this.
A lot more kids die in Chicago than Sandy Hook.
What was the weapon used in Aurora in the movie theater?
All right,
it was an assault rifle, sure.
Okay. What was the weapon used in the Oregon shopping mall?
I believe it was an assault rifle, correct?
Okay. What was the weapon used at Sandy Hook?
It was an assault rifle.
What was the weapon used at the incident around Christmas when the firemen were lured
and bought illegally? That was it. That was an assault rifle.
Right, so the last 4 mass shootings in America were all the assault rifles.
And the vast
that is the reason, Mr. Shapiro. And you can smirk at me, and you can laugh at me, and you can accuse me of standing on the graves of dead children.
And being a bully, yes.
But that is the reason.
So why do you think that's funny, Brian?
Mark,
4 mass shootings were done with assault rifles, and you think it's funny?
No, yeah, right. Listen, let me tell you about Piers Morgan. He's MI6. He was sent to America. He was put on CNN to push the gun debate, right? He got exposed by Alex Jones. Alex Jones called him out. He said, "Yeah, you want to fuck around? You're going to find out." 76.
Oh, look, don't talk to me. I'm not. No, I'm not going down there because I lose my temper.
Because these are Americans. You're not American. I'm not American. We're not American. These are
Wendy, stop a minute. Wendy, you do have to let him make his point. Wendy, you do have to let him make his point before you.
No, I'm not having it, Jupiter, because he just sits and laughs.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Calm down, Roy. Wendy's now talking. Yeah, now you're talking over her.
Sorry, Wendy.
Go on,
I'm
Wendy.
sorry, but somebody that sits and laughs because Piers Morgan pointed out that 4 mass shootings had been done with assault rifles. I don't understand it.
No, I'm laughing at Piers Morgan. I'm not laughing at what he's saying. I think he's a joker. I think he's a fucking idiot. He's been outed for fucking years. We outed him as MI6 a long, long time ago. So the fact that you don't know it, that's fine. And that's fine. I'm not going to have a go at you for not knowing about it, but I know about it. And that's the end of it.
I know Piers Morgan's not MI6.
How do you know that?
Well, how do you know he is?
I don't know whether he's MI6 or not, but I know he's a fucking propagandist, and I know the photos that he did of what he calls. soldiers and everything. Yeah.
You know what, Roy? I'm beginning to think you didn't really look into Sandy Hook properly, because all you want is what your opinion, what you think. Because if I'm telling you, if you put out publicly something about Piers Morgan being MI6, and you put that in writing legally in any kind of magazine, newspaper, news thing, you'd find yourself in court.
I've done it on X already. He can call me.
X. Fuck X. Yeah, X.
I've done it on X. Listen, I've done it. I also done it to our Prime Minister, right? When he said you can't do this, you can't say that. I called him up. I posted about 7 or 8 videos on my X, and I called him a cunt, right? I said I called him 2-tier and a bit quick here. But if you want to pull me up on it and take me to court,
did you go out?
And I will not be
wait a minute. Were you not part of the protests then?
What?
When the protests where everyone got locked up, were you not part of that?
What?
What protest?
My name is Roy, for fuck's sake. Have a look at my videos now. I mean,
let's listen to.
Right, hold on. Let's just do it the sensible way first, Wendy. Roy, why do you think Piers Morgan is MI6? Have you got any evidence, or is it only because Alex Jones told you this?
No, because of the way he acts, the way he behaves, what he's done, his previous fucking actions, okay, tells me that he works for MI6. He hasn't denied.
So you've got no solid evidence. No, that's fine. You've got no solid evidence. Go on, Wendy. On to the next bit.
If he's MI6, I wonder what MI6 needed to know on Britain's Got Talent when he was on that for years.
What?
Piers Morgan used to be on the Britain's Got Talent fucking panel.
What is Britain's Got Talent, for fuck's sake, when it's at home?
See, this is what I mean. Right, let's carry on with this.
I don't remember.
You're not sure if you've seen this before?
I feel like Alex Jones.
You'll see up at the top it has a timestamp, 12/14/12.
Yes.
You know that's the date of Sandy Hook, right?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
Is that the date?
It is. It is, Mr. Jones. You will admit, I mean, you've done mocking imitations of Sandy Hook parents crying, correct?
No.
I want to play you a video clip, too, from September 24th, 2014 and November 11th, 2016. Will you play the video clip called Crying?
And then you've got parents laughing, going, and they walk over to the camera and go, and not just one, but a bunch of parents doing this. Then we see footage of one of the reported fathers of the victims, Robbie Parker, doing classic acting training where he's laughing and joking, and they say, "Hey, we're live." And he goes, "Oh." And maybe that's real. I'm sure it is.
Maybe that.
You realize now.
He said maybe that.
The difficult emotional reactions of people who provably lost their children.
No, I was not mocking. I was showing what people were questioning. It was not to mock the parents. It was showing why people were questioning. It's you that is projecting mocking onto it. I was showing what he did.
Starting into 2015, you learned that a Sandy Hook parent named Leonard Posner was behind a group called Honor Network. Correct? It's fighting online abuse of Sandy Hook victims.
I did, I think.
And when you learned that, and when Honor complained to YouTube in 2015, you told your viewers that Honor was run by Mr. Posner. You showed addresses.
It was run by Leonard Posner, by the way.
Investigated in Florida. Didn't you say that?
Objection is to.
Yeah, he was right.
Roy, can you wait?
I'm going to show you something.
We go back and I'm just going to listen to that bit again because Roy.
Sorry, Leonard Posner, he created on a network, by the way, just so you know.
Okay, let's play a clip here. I'm going to show you something
can say that
you and Mr.
Sorry,
were
Wendy.
talking
You
about
can
on
say that
February
after,
12th,
Roy. I want to
2015.
hear.
Can you play addresses for me? Here, I'm going to show you something that you and Mr. Dew were talking about on February 12th, 2015. Can you play addresses for me?
He's been getting all kinds of grief from Mr. Posner. anything that comes out. So, social media shut down due to Sandy Hook false copyrights. What's interesting is they list the address for the Honor Network in Boca Raton, Florida. You look up the address on that, which says, you think, if they had this organization, they would have some sort of headquarters where they would be setting up a memorial.
Well, we'll just start investigating that. And I guess I'm going to have to probably go on up to Newtown. I'm going to have to probably go investigate Florida as well.
If a person were to stake out those addresses, they could wait for Mr. Posner to come pick up his mail, couldn't they?
No, give me a break. It's a non-address. There's nothing there. No offices. No fucking.
I'm the guy's running an anti-free speech foundation.
Let me make sure I have this really clear.
Quiet, Roy.
Cover up? You think there was manipulation? You think that there was some sinister thing going on?
I still think children died. I believe mass shootings happened. They said one in Brazil, a tragedy, and I believe it's a crisis. And I go back to the point of all gun owners being collectively blamed. Then it's traumatic, and so people go and they find anomalies, and then I've kind of retrospectively gone back and seen how I did believe that stuff. And then I go back and I've now studied more actually the real anomalies. And it's just the school system and government trying to cover its rear end from liability. And so there definitely has been there's been a cover up of the events. And I think there's a lot of evidence showing there could have been a second shooter. There is the helicopter footage of the man in the woods.
So, Roy, what will you find?
It's all right. To rock him a little bit, it's all right. You just have to rock him a little bit. You just have to rock him a little bit.
Wendy, are you going to turn that off?
Wait. So what did Roy find so funny about that video of?
Sorry, what did I find funny? About what? What were you talking about? What are you referring to?
Well, what were you laughing about when Jones was trying to explain why he was mocking that parent? And what was it you were saying with it? You just had to get out about Posner. What were you trying to say about Posner and the honor thing? What was that?
Well, I had my experience with Leonard Posner. I had a personal fucking engagement with the dude.
You had no right to even attempt to contact that man.
I never contacted him. He contacted me.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. See, this goes a lot deeper than you can even fucking imagine.
No, it goes a lot deeper in your mind.
Well, that's how you see it. That's fine. I was there. I was involved. I was.
What do you mean you were there? You were not there.
No, I wasn't at the scene of the crime, for fuck's sake. But I was part of the investigation. I was part of the.
How could you be part of the investigation when you weren't there? You didn't have a child in the school, and you weren't a parent.
No, and Leonard Posner never contacted me. Never got my fucking YouTube shut down. He never did he never done any of that.
Well, maybe. So what were you doing for him? For him, what were you doing for him to get your YouTube shut down?
Are you ready for this?
Uh-huh.
All right. I was going to say it early on in the argument. All right. I made a video. Okay. Okay. And it was about not one school shooting. It was about 2 school shootings. You know what the other school shooting was?
Go on.
That was 2014 in Pakistan. It was a school shooting that was almost identical. Almost. In what way? That 20 kids got killed, a couple of teachers got killed, right? And I'm like, this is absolutely outrageous, right? Everyone thought, even though, you know,
Hold on, stop. You can't just make a video based on the kids got killed and teachers got killed.
I'll tell you what I made the video, why I made the video, because I watched the BBC. Went onto the BBC to find out about this shooting, okay? This alleged school shooting in fucking Pakistan, right? And I've gone on there, and sure enough, the BBC have got all the information, everything's out there. They put up a couple of posts. They done a video, and lo and behold, on one of the videos, there was a protest outside the school. Not a protest, as like a requiem for the kids that died in there.
Right.
Okay. And as usual, they had pictures of all the kids, right?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. One of those kids was Noah Posner that was allegedly.
That's correct. Because what the Pakistani people, what they did at that school, was because of what had happened at Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
They wanted to unite with Sandy Hook, and that's why the picture of that little boy was shown.
All right. All right. So why did the BBC take it all down off their website?
Well, I don't know. Ring them up and ask them. I don't know.
And why did they come after me? And
What I'm saying to you is that is the logical explanation.
Okay, hold on, both of you. But can somebody show me this picture that's got all the kids and where the schools are amalgamating?
Well, I've looked for a duper and can't find it. I've only heard somebody say it.
It's been taken off the internet. You can't see it. This is why people have these questions.
So why should we believe what you're saying?
Huh?
Why should we believe everything?
So on that point, both of you haven't got the evidence. So on that point, it's mute.
No, I found a video where they were talking about it.
I made the video that put it out there, and it got fucking. It went viral for 5 minutes, and then they took it off, and I got fucking shut down. That's in 20.
No, hold on a minute, Roy. You're not listening. I can't handle this, right? It's getting on my nerves. Jump. No one's going down a fucking full process. It's all point scoring. It's doing me head in. Right. Let's go slowly.
Go on.
Listen. You're making a claim about this kid Noah that was a victim. Okay? You did a video saying that you found a school shooting and you reckon that Noah's picture was used twice. In other words, you're saying he's a crisis actor because he was in two places. Wendy's saying, no, hold on, Roy, listen.
Go on.
Wendy's saying, no, that's not the case. The two schools were amalgamating because they both suffered shootings and they were trying to use each other to outlaw guns or whatever their cause was. Okay. And I'm saying to Wendy, have you got proof of that? And she's now saying, no. But now she's just said,
what's his name again?
She's admitting to the fact that the picture was used in the Pakistani.
Wait a minute. What was that young lad's name again?
Noah saying.
Noah Posner. Noah Posner.
All right.
And his dad's name's Leonard or Lenny.
But if it does turn out, Roy, that the school did join up with the Americans in trying to call out gun use and the travesty. Hold on, Roy.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why the picture's used in two places. And it is definitely the same picture. Then your point is invalid again.
Yeah, okay. So why did the BBC take their fucking article down?
That's irrelevant.
Okay, all right. That's fair enough.
Even if they took it down or they left it up, if it turns out that the two schools did amalgamate, then it makes the point struck off. But I want to see the evidence of that fact. But I also want to see the evidence, Roy, that the picture was shown in two places.
Yeah, because she just admitted it because she saw it. She knows. She knows that.
No, she has a name. She's called Wendy. And what I said was somebody spoke about it.
All right, okay. So you've heard about it. So you're not learning it from me right here and now. So you know it was a fact because I'm.
But you just admitted that you were the one that made the video, that started it trending, and that's why they took it down.
On my mother's grave, I made the video highlighting the fact that BBC were showing evidence, right, of the victims of the Pakistani school shooting, and one of the pictures was Noah Posner, right? That fucking waved plenty of red flags. You think the fucking conspiracy theorists are going to let that one go? No, they're going to question it. What happened there? Is it a stock photo?
So, Roy, can you tell me where the site where you found the photo, where it was? Can you show me the two avenues where what you amalgamated into your video, please?
No, it's gone. It was on the BBC. It's all gone. It's not
But
on
you
there,
must
no.
have kept a copy yourself.
Yeah, but you must have a copy on your
Not my fucking
computer or
phone.
somewhere.
We're talking like fucking over like fucking 12, 13 years ago. It's a long time ago. No, I don't. All right, it's all in my head. You know.
I never said it's in your head. I just wish that we had some solid evidence.
All I've got is what's in my head. Now you can, if you want to research
Oh, if
it.
you're saying it's all in your head, then I can't fucking help you. Fucking hell,
Yeah,
boy.
exactly. Because I'm only like,
He
you know
just
what?
admitted it's all in his head. Fucking hell.
Let me tell you what I did do earlier. I did do, right? Because I thought, you know, people were saying, are you going to do it, Roy? Are you going to go up? I said, yeah, fucking right. I know it's an honour to go up on Wendy's and have a chat about something that I know about, that I was involved in. And I did go on Grok, and I was speaking to Grok a little bit, and it reminded me of a lot of little bits and pobs. And I asked him about the anomalies, and it showed me all the anomalies. It reminded me of a lot of things and a lot of different characters that were actually playing a role in those anomalies, right? There were questions like there was a guy a neighbor, he was a very sneaky, like dodgy looking fella. And he came out and he went into the press and he was like saying all these things. Oh, yeah, when the kids come running out, and he was crying. He said, I'll let them all come in my house. And then you go in his house and he had this room in his house that was weird. It had this big, massive sofa.
All right. Let's not go on to that. Right. First of all,
it was bizarre. It was bizarre.
Look, Roy, we can get to that in a minute. First of all, what was the name of the school in Pakistan or whatever country it was that you?
Oh God, couldn't. If you type in, I'm sure if you go on Google and say 2014 Pakistani school shooting, you'll get some information.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then see if we can get the victims, Wendy, and then see if we can get the victims of the other one, and then cross-reference the pictures.
Yeah, but there's no doubt about it. This went viral. There was no doubt about it. They used the same picture, and what we said was at the time, right, was it was a stock photo, because you know when people do websites and all that, you can get stock photos. You can get stock
Yeah,
photos.
normally a stock photo written right across it.
So, and that was what was assumed that hang on, there's 2 school shootings. There's a big thing against guns in America. Okay, and they're using the same picture. Is it a stock photo? Did someone in production make a mistake? And that got everyone's tongues wagging, you know? That's what happened. You know, I know for a fact that Noah Posner didn't get shot in Pakistan. That's a fact.
I will
I know
find
that.
Right, you stop. Right. So I'm going to find the video where that is actually spoken about.
Okay, go on then, Wendy.
And debunked, because I ain't having this.
Right, go on then.
Let me find it. Hang on. But as always, because you go through
Just saying, he's saying it was the Peshawar, Pakistan school massacre.
Right, yes. That rings a bell.
Right,
yeah.
and they've said that they've gone and looked, and there's not a kid there called Leonard.
No.
Or Noah.
No, his father was Leonard. His name was Noah Posner. What I'm saying is there was no.
You're saying the same kid's picture is there.
Yeah.
So if we can get that school's victims up in photos, and we can bring up the Sandy Hook school's photos, and there's
you can't do that. You can't do that. That's an impossibility to do that.
Okay.
Listen, what happened was the BBC went to Pakistan, and there was these big poster, right, with about 8 kids on it, right? And one of them in the top left-hand corner was Noah Posner. And I recognised it straight away. I went, hang on a minute, I've got to do a video about this. Because this little boy died fucking 2 years ago in fucking Sandy Hook. What's he doing on a picture in Pakistan? And it was on the news. And it was rolling. And everyone's going to me, what the fuck? Is it a stock photo? And that got a load of tongues wagging. It went viral. It went crazy at the time in that conspiracy theory, or whatever you want to call it. And everyone saw it. Now, when you see something like that, right, as someone who wants to question everything and doesn't take what the fucking mainstream media is saying, when you see, like, hang on, 2 years ago, there's this little boy allegedly in a questionable shooting to some and not others, and then it happens again 2 years later, and the same picture is used, exactly the same fucking.
Yeah, I would question it. I would.
But he's got no evidence, stupider. He's got no evidence.
Oh my goodness! Really? You think I'm
just
lying?
Just saying. He said that he went and had a look at the thing, and the boy is in the photo.
Who said that?
Just saying in the side chat. But have you got? Can you tell us where? Yeah, I mean, I can't just go by people
Is it
vouching.
a picture that was published in Pakistan with Noah Posner on it? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm telling you, it's a fact. I lived it. I fucking was involved in it. I got in trouble for it. I got banned off the fucking internet because of it.
Hold on, Roy. Calm down, for fuck's sake. Right, just saying. He says, woman standing at a podium holding 3 photos, and one is this boy Posner.
Yeah.
In Pakistan.
It was on a Snoop's webpage.
Dupes, where do you find your history? What you've been watching today on here?
Go into YouTube, scroll down to history, click on history, and it all comes up. Where's Roy gone?
I don't know. He must have dropped out.
I hope he comes back. He might have run off because I shouted at him. But the thing is that I can't be doing with all this hearsay. I need to see something solid.
But you've got no evidence. Nothing at all. Alex Jones, Sandy Hook. I'm looking for the is it this one?
MI5's killed Roy. Roy, come back. M-Dash, do you want to come up? Because she agrees with Roy, so. She said that she's looked into it and she agrees with Roy.
Well, yeah. Hang on. It's so annoying when you know you've watched something and then you can't find it. What happened? I don't know.
It's on. No, she's not looking for that. She's looking for her video that she found.
So it's got to be here. And on this lot. Sandy Hook, Steamboat.
Let me go Snoop's website and see for myself. Right, consent. Let's see what this is. Right. There is a
Hang on,
picture of a woman holding up a photo, and it is the same picture as what was on his Facebook page.
Right, hang on. Hang on. Right. Have you got the link, Juice?
Yeah. But the only problem I've got with it is that it's David Icke who's claiming it. So if you go here and then hold on, let me get it.
Where's Roy gone?
I don't know. He
Where's he
dropped
gone?
out. I said, I don't know. He might have been told to get off because he's making himself look silly or something. I don't know. Or he might have just got the he might have took a phone call. I don't know. I know he'll be fine with me tomorrow, so I'm not worried. So it's in the back chat, Wendy.
Oh, is this it? Yeah. Right. Okay. No. Right.
Scroll down and you'll see it.
Wants me to consent. All right. Let's have a look. Right. I'm glad you found that because unfortunately I can't find the video where I heard them. Yeah, good work whoever found that, right? Now, that little boy is of Pakistani heritage too, right? Now, this is why there's two schools amalgamated together, if you know what I mean. Try to like show each other respect because they've gone through the same thing. Oh, fuck off. There he is, isn't it? That's him.
Yeah.
So,
and if you go down a bit more, or up a bit, it will show you the Facebook photo. So it's definitely the same kid's photo.
yeah, it was. Yeah. I wasn't even arguing the point that it was the same little boy because I know why his picture was there.
Okay, which is what?
Because they wanted to show, what is it? The school had gone through the same thing as the Sandy Hook school, and they were showing what you call it? Oh, like unified, and they understood. Blah blah blah. It was spoken about in the press and everything. I just wish I could find the video that I listened to about it. But that's it. It's as simple as that. But these conspiracy theorists, no, it's got to be something bigger. Remember, this is not a protest. This is like a day of unity to remember the deaths of the children in Pakistan.
Well, I find that really discriminatory if that's what they've done.
Well, why?
Who would have fucking allowed that to happen?
Well, in Pakistan. We're not talking England here. Oh, well, look, davidhike.com.
No,
now,
no,
that picture,
yeah.
that picture has always been spoken about because David Icke obviously made it there.
Yeah, but if that's the real reason,
but you just said discriminatory.
Yeah, I'm outraged.
Why?
Because there were a lot of other victims in Sandy Hook, and they've only picked the Pakistani one out.
Because, well, it doesn't matter. That's neither here nor there. The whole argument, right? The whole argument, Jupiter, right? That's another argument for another day. And the whole argument is that apparently this little boy was not killed because of this photo that Mr. David Icke put up.
Well, I need to see. I'm seeing if I'm typing in to find out about the twinning. But I find that very bizarre why they would do that. And if it is, then it's discriminatory, and it's just a fucking another thing where Islamisation and everything else and fucking ethnic minorities are being prioritised over white people again.
No.
It is, Wendy.
No. Sandy Hook. I was reading something else there. A woman standing vigil for the victims of 2014 appeared to be holding an image of a small boy smiling. The image was instantly recognizable to many as well-known face of Noah Posner, 6, victim of Sandy Hook. The tragedy of Passoir deeply upset people across the world in the aftermath of the 2012 massacre. Hang on. Several conspiracy theories emerged after claiming the murders did not occur in the way that they were reported, or the event was wholly fabricated as a false flag attack. Initially, the conspiracy abated, and a larger concern that strict gun control should be introduced, spurred by widespread grief that ensued from Sandy Hook. When the above displayed image began to circulate, many of what came to be known as Sandy Hook truthers
Yeah.
Hang on, love. I'm trying to scroll down. It's very tiny. Believe it was further evidence and a nefarious conspiracy of unexplained origins at work. Why else would a woman in Pakistan be displaying a picture of Noah Posner at a vigil for slain Pakistani students who were killed 2 years after he was? Hopefully it's going to say it in here, so I don't need to try and find that. One particular callous something of the claim about the quandary, as if the individuals with the eyes and the ability to process. Blah, blah, blah. Pakistan Taliban boy is identical to Facebook Noah Posner, same slightly tilted head, same smile, same jacket. Why are they calling him a Taliban boy?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. They're trying, according to the conspiracy, he's meant to be the 8-year-old victim in Pakistan.
Yeah, but they're referring to him as the Taliban boy, the Pakistan Taliban.
Because it was the Taliban that killed the kids in Pakistan.
Oh, right. Okay. Noah's father, Lennon Posner, had been harassing and bullying bloggers and YouTubers, leading YouTube to repeatedly take down videos about Sandy Hook hoax because Lenny claims copyright violation. Lenny is also one of the 10 plaintiffs in a negligence and wrongful death lawsuit against the manufacturer some air rifle. Still not getting to the point that I want. I hope the defendants asked Leslie Posner how his son, Noah, right, okay, yeah. Can the photo misuse simply be brushed off as another bumbling Google image search mistake? A number of explanations. Now, it's not going to come up with what I heard in that video. Hang on, 150 students and teachers collectively spanning the globe from Connecticut to Pakistan, and the puppeteers of this conspiracy were so inept that they failed the basic task of obtaining novel images. No, this is a conspiracy site, so no.
He's saying, JB's saying keep scrolling. There's something more there. But again, I would agree with the people in the side chat saying Snopes is no better than Thingy, and it has got David Icke on the picture. So I want to see whether there is M Dash. You said you're on the side of Roy. Is there anywhere else where we can find to this? He's saying JB saying go to the bottom.
Go to the bottom. All right. Right. What am I looking at the bottom then?
I don't know the writing. I don't know. What's at the bottom, JB? We've seen the picture. We know the picture's there. We want an explanation for the picture. I mean,
the college was then printed. Hang on. The collage was then printed out and cut up into individual photographs displayed by mourners at a vigil for the victims. Underneath some of the victims' pictures, such as Noah's showing where the original collage had been captioned. All I know, Jupiter, I will, and when I find it, I'll put it up as a
right.
short.
Go up a bit more. I think he's backing you up. Go up about. In fact, go read this.
In fact, the second explanation offered appears to be what happened. On the day of the Peshawar incident, a Pakistani woman created a collage of photographs of young people killed in the school shootings and posted it to Facebook with the caption, "They went to school and never came back." Because the Peshawar shooting occurred very close to the anniversary of Sandy Hook massacre, she included a picture from the latter end event, namely Noah Posner, along with pictures of the Peshawar. Well, thank God for that. I thought I was going nuts. I thought I'd fucking invented it.
I don't believe that.
What do you mean you don't believe it?
I don't believe it.
Why?
Because I've had Facebook, and so she's a Pakistani woman. She goes on Facebook and she puts all the victims from the Peshawar school.
Yeah, but look here, or down here at the bottom, it says Facebook, and there's the name Posner there.
Why would the Posner's name suddenly show up in amongst the victims of a Pakistani cool kid?
I told you why. Because it was close to the anniversary of what had happened at Sandy Hook. The same thing that happened to these lot, only more there was more killed in Pakistan.
Yeah, but surely all the other kids would have been listed as well. Why just the Pakistani kid?
Well, Jupiter, I'm not going to argue with you on that point. If you want to argue on that point, I'm not arguing on that point.
Yeah, I'm not even outrage. I'm not even talking about the outrage of it all and the discrimination now. What I'm saying is, right, imagine I'm doing a Facebook post about the shooting in Pakistan. I'm living in Pakistan. I wrote in, they went to school and didn't come back. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Then it should have had the list of all the Pakistani ones and a list of all the Sandy Hook children. In Sandy Hook, was there only one kid that was killed?
No, there was 20 that were killed.
Exactly my point.
But in the picture, in the collage, right? In this collage down here, you can't see 130 children have been murdered, because there was 130 in Pakistan in that school that were murdered that day.
Yeah, so why? So it doesn't make sense. Why did they? So they're saying that a whole list. Are they trying to say that the whole list of all the victims at Sandy Hook were in the original collage? And
I don't know.
And that they've only picked children at random to stand in this photo. Okay, that would make sense if that's what they're saying. But then it still leaves the fucking discrimination point that I find is very disgusting, that nobody even called it out at the time and said, why is Pakistan only worrying about a Pakistani heritage child? That's an insult.
Yeah, well, Now, I don't know where Roy's gone, right? And I don't know why he's run off like that. Whether he thought he was in for an easy ride or not, I don't know. But I'm going to play you something. And I'm not going to say a word. But hang on. I was going to play it. I fucking lost it. I know it's here somewhere. You've got to remember that these conspiracy theorists, they're very good at twisting what they're fucking saying, twisting everything that everybody else says.
He's not Pakistani heritage, okay.
Oh.
They're saying that Noel was Jewish.
Oh, he was Jewish. Oh, right, okay. So the guy in the video got it wrong. But I knew there was a reason. I knew there was a reason for the American boy. They debunked the reason. They found out the reason, and no, I can't find that fucking video.
It wasn't us that brought Snopes M-Dash. It was the audience, because we were trying to look for the photo so we could compare the two kids to see if the photo is actually real. And it turns out that Roy's telling the truth. There was a photo of them holding up the kid. But now we've found the reason why, or allegedly the reason why. Yeah. Go on, Wendy. You got a video to show us.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it, love. It's hang on, love. And this is more about. Here it is. This is it. No, this is more, and I want you to listen to what the guy says, right?
You need to take down this post then and put the video up.
I'm not going to say anything, right? I'm just not going to say nothing. I'm just going to share it, and then you'll understand why I'm sharing it. Get rid of that one. Oh, fucking hell. Since they've changed all the settings here, you got to be so careful what you click. All right, get rid of that. Stop that. Stop. All right. Now I just want to share. Share screen again.
Yeah, go on.
And I just hope it's this one. Yeah, right. So I want you to listen to this this guy. This guy is very angry at people like Roy. Okay, Jupes, that's all I'm going to say. All right. Okay.
And on You Had to Ask that I did, where someone brought up the topic. But these conspiracy theories about the Sandy Hook shooting last month just keep coming. They won't die, at least here on the internet. The mainstream media has largely ignored them, which is good, because they really don't deserve even the amount of attention that I'm about to give them. But there's just something about conspiracy theories in general, and these particular conspiracy theories surrounding the Sandy Hook shooting, that it's impossible to leave alone. I feel compelled to strike at them because they are so cutting to me and to my sense, not only of reason and logic and critical thinking, but just my sense of basic decency. Because the thing about the 9/11 conspiracy theories, the 9/11 truth movement, that is so offensive to me is the same thing that the Sandy Hook conspiracy theories have that are so offensive. And that is, they're ghoulish. They are absolutely ghoulish, because they take something that was a real event, a real tragedy that was unthinkable before it happened, and they reduce them to these petty, narcissistic little theories where you look at this tragic event, and instead of saying, oh my God, what an awful thing, how could this have happened? I feel so bad for the victims. I feel so bad for the families. How can we change our way of doing things, maybe, to make things better to keep these sorts of things from happening in the future. Instead of a decent human response like that, you look at 9/11 and you think, oh, that was the Bush administration that did that, so we would have an excuse to go to war with Iraq. Or you look at the Sandy Hook shooting, where 26 people were murdered by a lunatic with a gun. And instead of saying, oh my God, that's so horrible, those poor children, those poor teachers, the families, what are we going to do about this? Instead of saying that, you say, oh, that was probably a false flag operation to provide a pretense for repealing the Second Amendment. I can't express the contempt I have for that. The instinctive, just reflexive contempt that I have for those types of thoughts, to think that someone would actually have that response. And lots of people apparently who have YouTube channels or who have blogs have had that response. Not a lot in terms of the whole population. Like most conspiracy theories, it's a tiny percentage of kooks and weirdos and freaks and idiots and assholes who hold these opinions. But the fact that anybody would, and not just that they would think these things or feel these things, but that they would share them with others and prey on the credulity of others who might not have had that idea to begin with, but without thinking, without knowing what's going on, without having a sense of skepticism or criticism, would hear questions that these Sandy Hook conspiracists are asking. Because all they ever do is ask questions. Like, why was Robbie Parker laughing at the press conference? Why doesn't the girl in the Parker family photograph have legs? Why are they doing that with their hands? Was this photoshopped? I mean, people might hear those questions and they will be susceptible to that kind of question, to that kind of insinuation, and they will think, oh my God, wow, that does make sense. What if there is something going on? And maybe they won't be bothered by the fact that the people asking these questions, the people making these insinuations, never actually come to a conclusion, never actually make a claim, never actually reach a point with their questions. They just ask the questions, and they act suspicious, and they act like, ooh, we all know what's really going on, but they don't ever say it, because even when they talk amongst themselves, because one of the videos that I've seen about this, about the photograph, the family photo that was supposedly photoshopped because the kids are always sucking their fingers in family pictures, or because the one little girl looks like apparently she doesn't have legs. Or the one little girl's hand is in a weird kind of pose, so that it looks like she's missing a finger, and the thumb looks weird, and it looks like a devil's sign. They never tell you what that means. What does that mean? Tell me what it means if you're a Sandy Hook conspiracy theorist watching this, because I know some of you are watching my videos. I know some of you are commenting on my shit. If you see this video in one of your feeds, Sandy Hook conspiracy theories, I'm calling you out. What does it mean? Tell me. Leave a comment. Please tell me what it means, and tell me how you know that that's what it means. What does it mean? Was Sandy Hook a false flag operation? Was Sandy Hook staged to provide the Obama administration with a pretense for further gun control, for repealing the Second Amendment? How do you know that? What's your evidence for that? When you say that there were no bodies at Sandy Hook, what is your source for that? And by the way, the internet, as one of you said, is not good enough for a fucking source. And if you'd been to a fucking university and you'd ever had to write a research paper about something, you would know that the internet, just in general, is not a source. Where did you hear that? How do you know that? Where do you get your information from? Where can I go to see the same information? Do you understand? Do you have any semblance of understanding of how the investigative process works, of how science works? Have you heard of the scientific method? Do you know how it works? You don't just ask questions and then demand that people who react dubiously to the question find the answer for themselves. If you have an interest, if you see a problem, if you have something that you want to find out, you ask and then you find out. And then you share it with the rest of us. And you show us the evidence, and you show us how we can get the same answer that you got. That's how it works, you fucks.
This man's fucking fake outrager.
Of a family that now includes a murder.
Yeah, he is. He's going over the top. He's no different to the. He's no different to the people he's criticising, Wendy.
Listen, no, look, you've missed the point. Listen, he's taught when Roy was on here, he would never say what the hell he was talking about or what he said. It was always, I'm not saying it. I won't give any sources for where I found A, B, and C. Just like what this guy is saying. That's what they do.
To be fair, that's not what Roy done. That might be how you interpret. No, it isn't. It's what you interpreted, Roy done.
Can you tell me?
Roy did jump all over the place, yes, but he made valid points along the way.
No, valid points. There's no evidence.
Wendy, he told you exactly his train of thought. You're saying that he didn't. And yes, and then as we went along, but his main point of evidence was the photo. And I'm going to be totally honest with you, Wendy, and say to you, yes, that weight of that photo isn't enough evidence to say that the whole shooting never happened. But it is enough evidence to fucking say, hold on a minute, I don't know, and I don't believe 100% that that's how that photo turned up being held by people that had had shootings over in Pakistan.
Right.
I find it a little bit strange. Yeah. I find it a little bit global. Yeah. Just like the ISIS brides, that while we had Shamima Begum over here trying to come back, we had one in Canada and we had one in Ireland doing exactly the same propaganda. Yeah. Find it a little bit global. So I can understand what people are saying when they're saying there was an agenda there. And when you listen to Alex Jones...
How do we know that David Icke didn't superimpose that picture on there then, if you're going to go down that road?
Well, if we're saying that, then that's a whole different ball game. But you're not saying that.
Exactly.
You're saying that you accept the excuse that's been given, the explanation that the woman went on to thingy, and I'm saying that's not solid enough.
Well, yeah, but if you're saying that, I'm going to say, well, that there then isn't solid enough then, because David Icke posted it, a red flag straight away when David Icke's involved in it.
I would agree. But there's other sites saying that photo was used.
No. What used for what exactly?
It was used by Pakistani people in Pakistan to hold up. And some people are suggesting that that's very fucking odd.
No, it's not. Not considering what they said. It was all to do with the anniversary of what happened in Sandy Hook.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was held up by people.
Then that excuse could have been made up, right? Could have been made up because somebody had said something similar to what you've just said. So then that makes me think, hang on then. So did people like David Icke superimpose that fucking picture onto that one? And that's why it's disappeared from the fucking BBC.
Well, maybe, but we've got no proof of that again. What I am saying is that I find it slightly strange, the explanation that they've given us.
Oh, I don't.
Look here, all right, let me go from another angle, see if you can understand. What were the school in Penshar, Pakistan? What was their protest? What was the whole thing? Was it to say that they wanted people just to have a vigil with them?
It was all about a vigil.
It was just a vigil. Then why would you need to twin with a school over in America?
It was near to the anniversary of what had happened in America.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Well, it does make sense if they'd been in touch with the school in America or somebody from the school in America.
Yeah, but that's not what they said. They said a woman went onto Facebook and typed in, they went to school and never came home. And because the two events were close together, the list of victims come up. And they made a collage.
Yeah.
Right?
Why doesn't it make sense then?
Well, because it seems to me that it's a bit odd that you've got one child from America that people decided to hold up.
Right. And so why is there only 4, 6, maybe 6 pictures and when there was 130 people killed in that Pakistan massacre?
Exactly my point.
So you've got 6 pictures of victims in the school in Pakistan and 1 picture of that little boy in Sandy Hook.
Yeah, exactly my point.
And what? It's been explained.
Right. So you're asking people to have a vigil for the kids that are killed, and you're not going to offend any. Wendy, be reasonable. Listen to me.
I am being reasonable.
Okay, listen to me. Imagine in England, right, that people were going to talk about a vigil for Southport. Forget whether there's another atrocity in another country. Let's just take that angle out of it for a minute. And they decide there's 3 kids killed, but they're only going to pick one photo to hold.
Well, that's already happened.
Where?
I've seen people who only put one picture up of one of those little girls that were killed in Southport.
Yeah, but not when you're promoting that you want to do a vigil. That would be absolutely disgusting.
But they only put 6 pictures up of the 130 that were murdered in Pakistan.
That's what I'm saying. It's disgusting. It doesn't make sense.
Well,
You're immediately alienating all the parents of the other children who had a loss.
Well, maybe, but no. To me, if it's not if the explanation isn't good enough for you, what I read out, right? Then we got to go down. Then we got to go down the line of right. So that clown, I forgot his name now. He must have superimposed that picture on there then.
No, I'm saying that picture was definitely held up. I'm saying those kids were definitely killed. I'm not excusing the death of the kids, but I'm saying I believe there was a bigger agenda there. But it just seems a bit odd to me.
Not to me. Not when.
I wonder if the school in Panshar were actually trying to stop people being able to have guns.
Well, the problem is Pakistan. It's.
Wendy, look at it this way, right? Look at it this way. Knowing what the governments, the global governments, right, that have been run basically by the looks of it, by Jeffrey Epstein and his blackmail for the people that have been paying him loads of money to help him get even more money, and all the blackmail that's gone on with all these influential figures all over the world, right? Look at it this way. There's a global organization that want to change the mindsets, the cultures, and the way people interact and the way we go forward in the future. They actually believe they've got a utopia, right? That's fine. That's what they believe. Now, they start off with one country. I'm not saying that the actual incident doesn't happen or that it's organic. I believe that it probably was, right? That somebody, just a nutcase, takes advantage of the situation and goes and kills a load of kids. The governments have been wanting to take the guns off of all the people because they don't want them to be able to defend themselves or to have the same equality as law enforcement. Let me just put it that way. Or the establishment or authority. They want the authority to have more weight with weapons than the actual general populace. That's not how it's supposed to be, right? So what they decide is we've got to find a way of getting guns and weapons off of these people. Okay, what we do is the next time somebody who's a nutcase goes out and does something bad, what we'll do is we'll promote that and we'll jump onto their grief and their anxiety and the mood of the nation because it's children, and we'll say we need to take the rights of these people away.
Look, I'm not saying it wasn't politicized at all. I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is the people like Alex Jones, right, and what he did and what he put those families through, right? I'm sorry, he deserves to be bankrupt. I hope he gets.
I think that, yes, I think the way that Alex Jones went about it was very disrespectful. Hyperbolic.
Women, Jupiter, you know as well as I do about the thing that happened in this country, the Homestead thing, and people going after the families, right? The same thing happened with Sandy Hook. People have had to move because of what Alex Jones said. And he kept on saying year after year. It's not like he said it in 2012 and left it alone when it actually happened. he kept on saying it and kept on saying it and kept saying to people, go and investigate it for yourself.
Yeah, but telling people to investigate for themselves, I don't think that that's a bad thing. And I don't think...
But then what he did was he threw the whole lot of them under the bus, because then when he got took to court by that guy, he ended up saying that all he'd done was tell people to go and investigate for themselves. That doesn't make him guilty for the harm and distress that the self-proclaimed investigators did to the families of the grieving families.
Listen, if who put out the names and addresses? Was it him?
He did.
Right, well that's what he's culpable of. It's not what he said that's the problem. What he said is that it can be considered disrespectful. It can be considered outrageous to some people. Yeah. But it's the fact that he put people in danger. It's the names and addresses that he's culpable for. And this is what I mean by people dress up stuff and they instead of just looking at where the law was broken, they don't. That's what he did. He did exactly the same as Sabine.
Well, that's right,
and
yeah.
on that, Wendy, I would agree with you. He deserved to be taken to court for that because he put the names and addresses of victims out, and that's wrong. He didn't think of the children.
Well, he never once thought of the children. I mean, it was like when we were playing that little girl, the little girl who was, recounting her experience as a 7-year-old child when she was 15. And Roy was saying, she's probably made that up.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I don't understand people who think like that. I just don't. I can't. How? I just don't. I don't understand it.
I agree with you, Wendy, that part of it would be ridiculous to say that the event never happened. But even Alex Jones says he believes that the children were killed.
Now he does, yeah.
Did he ever say he didn't believe any kids were killed?
No, he said that some. What was it? What was it? Now I want to get it right. He said he believed that some were killed, like I don't know, two or three, and then the rest were all crisis actors. So you imagine that your kids are in that school, and 2 of yours have been killed, Jupiter. Would you appreciate a man like Alex Jones fucking saying that?
No, I wouldn't. I think the problem that he's got is that he see the picture of Noah, because it seems to be this one kid that it's all born around. And therefore he was trying to hint that he thought that Noah was a crisis actor, because himself, he was trying to make sense of why the photo was in 2 places. But that doesn't make what he did right. But he was only giving his opinion. If he said it's only his opinion, he was only giving his opinion.
Who said it was only his opinion?
I'm saying if he did say it was only his opinion. But if he's stating it as fact, that's where he's gone wrong.
I mean, I remember when InfoWars was on, I think it was on YouTube, wasn't it, right? I went mooching around over there, and he was live, old Alex was. And they were talking about Sandy Hook. So me being as ignorant as possible, I heard them saying that Sandy Hook didn't happen, right? And I
agreed. I'm not against Roy, Jojo. I'm not against Roy. I think Roy's got a right to believe what he wants to believe.
No one told him to leave. I didn't tell him to leave.
No. But she's saying Roy said in his opinion. I said, yeah, I wasn't talking about Roy. I'm talking about Alex Jones. Yeah, go
on. Oh no, you made me lose my runner. I just thought.
Oh, sorry, Wendy.
It's gone. Fucking menopause. Yeah. So I wrote in the chat on Alex Jones's fucking what was it? InfoWars. That was it. What do you mean Sandy Hook never happened? Of course it happened. Oh my God, the amount of abuse I got from the people. And his chat, you know, Jupiter, it doesn't go 2, 3 at a time. It used to go like, I don't know, 1,000 in a minute. Do you know what I mean? It was just forever going on. And I couldn't believe, this was when I first realized that there was people, you know, amongst us who thought that Sandy Hook didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I think going back to the beginning of time, there's always going to be disbelievers.
Well, like I said,
I think if you go back to, who was that bloke who killed his wife? The black bloke who killed his white wife. And it was all about the glove. Oh, what were their names?
The actor. The actor.
In America, I can't remember his name now. If you go back to that, there's always people who think that he was guilty, and there's always been a group that think that he's not guilty. When you go back to the abuse, when you go back to the abuse of the boys with Michael Jackson, there was always people that thought he was not guilty. There was always people that thought he was guilty. So there's always going to be people that have their doubts and people that don't. But my position is this, Wendy. I understand exactly where you're coming from, because I understand exactly the kind of group that, I won't say group, because I think your group has disbanded, but the people that you were once with and why I think I understand it now, right? And what I mean by that is...
No, Dupes, I don't want you to confuse
OJ.
Yeah, OJ Simpson.
That's it.
Dupe, I don't want you to confuse me with that group, right? The way I think and the way I'm talking is how I've always been. I do not believe in this bullshit about Sandy Hook or whether there was a fucking grassy knoll when JFK got fucking killed and every other conspiracy. It's all because the internet was invented, and for stupid people, they go along these paths. They can't accept it because it's too much for their little minds.
So I disagree, Wendy. I think even before the internet, there was Marilyn Monroe. There was stories
but you used to buy a book then, and you'd sit in your home and you'd read the book and you'd take notes and you'd research. You go back to the library and you'd research and you'd research and you'd research. These days, Jupiter, they click on one video. That's all they need to see. One. Right, that must be true then.
I agree with you. I think that people need to be taught how to do more discernment, and I think that the government needs to do more to come down on people that are exploitative. But I wouldn't want... This is the line that we've got, Wendy, and this is where the problem lies. Because the government want to use this as an excuse to take the rights of people to question stuff away from them. And I am never going to come down on the side of people that want to shut down people having an opinion. And the reason being is because the government has got their own, or the authority, the one world order, whatever people you think it is that are running the fucking world or your country. They've got their own agenda. And they're not doing this for our benefit. They're doing it for theirs.
Yeah,
and I think that the only reason that they want to jump onto the emotions of people like you, Wendy, who's got quite valid reasons, right, for being outraged and upset. They will use your emotions. They will use the people like this.
It's not emotional, but it's logical to me.
It's not logical, Wendy, because if you understand the logic of what's going on, which is what Roy is trying to explain, the bigger picture, the way that they've used everything instead of doing what's right. So, for example, the answer to the gun...
It's not logical for me to... You saying I'm not being logical by not accepting the conspiracy theories over
No, now you're putting words into my mouth. I'm saying it's not logical to allow them to take hold of your logical disgust at the people doing it, and instead of bringing in procedures that would actually protect us but still maintain our rights, they're going to take everyone's rights away.
Well, how are they going to take?
And for me, that's not an acceptable position.
Well, how are they going to take everyone's rights away? What do you mean?
Okay, so for example, they don't need to take guns off of people, everybody else.
They haven't.
Because but they're trying to, because idiots and they have took away rights of us in our country. They don't need to take guns off of citizens that would never ever think of going into a school and shooting up people. Right?
That's why Dunblane, let's not
the rights of the rest of us should outweigh the fact that we've got nutcases. In fact, if they were to do something about guns in schools, then how about they had proper screening and security at the school entrances like they would have for fucking politicians and parliament?
Well, no, you see, what's happening now is the children who survived Sandy Hook are wanting teachers now to be armed. So that if somebody arrives in the school with a Clanash, with some sort of gun, well, the teachers can, pull out their gun and shoot as well. That's what they want. They want the teachers to be armed.
But again, that's silly, but that's because in their country they've got guns. But just look at it this way, Wendy. Our politicians don't carry guns, right? As far as we know, they ain't got guns on themselves personally.
Well, hang on. I'm getting cross lines. Are we talking about America here, or are we talking about Britain?
Right, we're talking about America, but I'm using Britain to emphasize to you, why I don't think that they should have the gun rights removed.
Why? Who shouldn't have their gun rights removed?
The individuals, right? So you've got people like Piers Morgan and people on the left in America that have been trying to take away the gun rights.
Yeah,
and you've got people on the right that are fighting against it.
Yeah,
and they're politicizing it rather than, because it's people they don't like on each side. They're not coming to find a resolution. And I'm saying the resolution is simple. If we've got politicians in our country, I'm using them as an example, that don't have guns, but they're well protected, because anybody that now visits Parliament, which is a sad state of affairs anyway, because it never used to have to be this way, but we're no longer in a high trust society, right? Who now go and visit Parliament, have to go through screening and have to be like you was at an airport, right? Then I don't see why that ain't happening for schools.
Schools.
That's what I'm saying.
Schools where?
In America, if that's what they're worried about, school shootings.
But they do have it in some schools in America.
They should have it in every school, and then there's no need to take the guns off people, is there?
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't know. I don't live in America, and I don't have to live in a society where everybody has a gun. In America, they've got the Second Amendment, which they're never going to get rid of. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter what fucking happens, what atrocity happens. They will never get rid of the Second Amendment. They might put stricter things in place and everything else, but they'll never get rid of it. And that's why these kids from Sandy Hook, who are adults now, are saying they want teachers to be trained and to be able to have a gun.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with that. I think that they should just have proper security at the school, at the entrance of the schools. And I also think, by the way, that we should have proper security in our schools, because the threats that we've now got from these no good sexual deviants,
right?
We should definitely have security in our schools,
right? So you know what happened the other day? Some stabbing or something in a school, yeah.
Yep.
The school, the little school where my little granddaughter goes to, and she's in reception, right? Today, all of a sudden, I was informed by my son that they were all singing, thinking of singing "Don't Look Back in Anger."
Don't look back in anger. 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 Don't look ba Yeah, I think that's ridiculous as well. See, this is what I'm talking about, Wendy. It's all connected propaganda. You see, and funny enough, funny enough, Wendy, it's knife crime, yeah, which actually shows the holes in taking away the guns, the gun crime. Listen, Wendy, we should all be allowed to own a gun if we want to. This country.
Well, you can if you pass the right things.
Yeah.
But if you've got a criminal record, you can't. Not for 5 years.
Yeah, well, I don't. Well, okay. If they can have it after 5 years, that's fine. You know, but the fact of the matter is that we don't need tight gun control in this country. We don't need it. What we need is protection where protection's needed around the fucking schools. Because what's happened is the government have taken away the power for people to protect themselves.
So are you on the side that you think Sandy Hook was a false flag then?
No, not at all. What I am saying is that it was capitalised upon by politicians for a bigger agenda.
Move that away. Yeah, you know what you just said there. Forget that and look upon it as just a school mass shooting. To me, that's exactly what it was. What happened afterwards, right, with all the political fucking whatever went on, that's different. What you're talking about. I'm just talking about what happened that day. No one's going to tell me that all those people and all those little kids was all fucking crisis actors.
No, I don't believe that. But I do believe crisis actors exist, Wendy.
They do exist. And the reason they exist is because it was somebody coined the phrase back in the 1970s, and he coined it because he put an advert out where they needed crisis actors for things like I don't know, a train crash. So people had to pretend to be wrapped up in a fucking bandage and do you know that kind of thing. So that's how people came up with this crisis actor thing. It came from people really needing crisis actors for like I said, a train crash, an airplane crash.
That might be the reason why they came about, but they're not the reason why I believe that there's crisis actors. So I believe there's crisis actors because I've seen.
And you didn't let me finish. So that's how the phrase crisis actor came about, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, what's happened with the onset of time is now everybody and everything is now a fucking crisis actor.
No, I don't believe that either. So I'm not saying Sandy Hook was a lie. I'm saying that I believe Sandy Hook happened and it was capitalised upon by people that had an agenda. But when it comes to other atrocities that have happened across the world, I believe other countries have definitely. I wouldn't even say they're crisis actors; they're just fake fucking victims for propaganda purposes.
Like the so-called like in Syria when they say that
yeah,
like sarin gas.
Or when you've got people pretending to be dead and all of a sudden
that does exist. Yeah, definitely 100%.
Yeah,
but when it comes to little kids being shot at in schools, you know, if they wanted to say, let's go along the path of right, they're doing it because they want to get rid of they want to tighten up the gun laws and all this shit, right?
Yeah.
Why then couldn't they go and kill 26 adults? What?
Oh, I don't. No, look. This is where I don't agree with the likes of Roy. I do not believe the government went out of their way to kill people, right? I believe they wait for their chance for it to be organic.
Of course they do.
Right? Having said that, Wendy, you have to admit, I would never have thought that we would have had so many politicians involved in paedophilia, not on a personal scale, but on such a wider scale that they knew about trafficking into the country and didn't even care about justice for the victims or the fact that we've had grooming gangs on a wide scale where they don't want to investigate it. And on top of that, they're trying to get rid of the evidence as we speak.
No, I agree with you on that. But we've known about grooming gangs for a long time.
Well, if they can stomach little kids being tortured while they're alive, why wouldn't they stomach?
No, I can't go along
a whole
with that.
school full of people.
No,
so
I can't go along with that.
No, I'm saying when it comes to Sandy Hook, I don't believe that it was fake. I believe it was organic, right? I believe it's true that the child just went off his rails. He probably had a problem with his mother, went to the school, done what he done. I believe all that's true, right? I believe that it was hijacked upon. But what I'm saying is, if in 20 years' time, evidence, or 10 years, or even 5 years, because I think it's going to come a lot faster than that, the evidence comes out to prove that the government knew that that bloke was unstable, that he shouldn't have had that gun, and they allowed him to go and do it because it was to their benefit, yeah? Or something like that, I wouldn't be fucking surprised, Wendy.
No. I'd say if anything's going to come, the only thing that I find disgusting about the way governments are, right, when it comes to this kind of thing, is that more like Southport, when it came out that the Prevent were very aware of that thing, right, and his mental state. When it comes out that that the government or government assets or whoever have known that somebody's got a mental health state and they're capable of doing A, Y, and Z, and they do fucking nothing about it, that's when I don't understand that neither.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm telling you. That's what a perfect example of it. So that's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I believe that.
Yeah, but if I'd let Roy
even though it's organic, so let me explain, Wendy. Even though that kid probably did have true mental health, as well as the fact he was a fucking racist and everything else that went along with his wild fucking fantasies, and he was a sick bastard that had a fetish for fucking murder, genocide, right? Even though that's probably true, he was known to the authorities. The authorities did nothing because of the way that they've been brainwashed to believe that ethnic minorities have got to be treated with kids' gloves, right? Yeah. So in a way, the responsibility doesn't actually lie on the people, like it would have done in the past, because they've been taught to have an inherent bias, and that includes white people in this country as well, an inherent bias against white people and not ethnic minorities, right, to suit a political agenda. And therefore, the government are responsible because they're the ones that have pushed all that kind of wokery for an agenda, because at the end of the day, they don't actually care. So they wouldn't have known what children were going to get killed, but they knew there was a high risk, probably, that bloke would go on to kill people.
I'm not saying that they didn't, but what I'm saying is children died. It wasn't no fucking false flag.
No, of course not. There's real victims in all this. But they see it as collateral damage. I don't think you're getting it. It might not be in the direct way that you think it is. Like, oh, yeah, they planned it and they plotted it and they schemed and they've done it in this way. No, they have plotted and planned, but not directly. Not, right, let's make this man a murderer. We'll give him a gun, let him go in there and shoot people, and we know exactly who the victims are going to be. No. But what they have done is indirectly brought in policies and procedures, brainwashing techniques through the system to make people not be judgmental, right? Or prioritize or work out and make risk assessments properly and appropriately anymore, because they say that it's discriminatory. And that's how they've managed to push all this stuff. And so when it comes to ethnic minorities, they're allowing it.
Well, all I know is...
And not just ethnic minorities, by the way, probably women as well. because they're all these little protected groups.
So do you think 7/7 was a conspiracy theory then?
I have no idea. But 1 minute I see evidence to one effect, and then look there again, Wendy. There's questions there that don't make sense to me.
Well, tell me what they are then.
Right, first up, didn't they find a load of passports in the building of the pilots?
What? No, 7/7, not 9/11. The one
sorry.
in London.
7/7.
Yeah.
No, I think that they probably were terrorists. But
Roy doesn't.
Why not?
Oh, because there was a fucking exercise a week before where there was crisis actors used, right? Everyone knows about it and what they would do in that situation. And then, lo and behold, a week later, that situation happens. So they put 2 and 2 together and come up with 7.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that, because I think, right, tomorrow, I mean, well, we've already had it. We've been talking about for the last 10 months. And actually, as much as I don't like the man, or didn't like the man, because of when he was stupid during COVID and he wiped his ass on a fucking £5 note or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
Right? He, about 6 months ago, came onto the internet and made a post for which he got banned. Yeah? Where he said that he'd been speaking to migrants and they told him that there was going to be an attacks on schools. He actually stated that, you know.
Oh, I think I can remember that. Yes.
And people said, how outrageous, this, that, and the other. He's disgusting. Get him off the internet. Why should he be saying that? Well, it looks like he was telling the truth, isn't it? Right?
In fact, if we can speak in code for a minute. Right, so try and keep up, Dukes, right? I will swear I came across something on another platform and I found it, recorded it, and sent it to you.
Yeah.
On the same stuff, didn't I? I did, didn't I? Yes.
Yeah, on a similar but reverse, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the fact of the matter is that he was saying that there was going to be people that were immigrants that were going to go. There were people here that were going to go into schools on behalf of a certain group, community, and actually harm school children, right? And there's been a lot of worry with people. Why are they putting these people near to schools? Now, I'm not saying that that's been done on purpose, but it does seem a bit bizarre, right? That all of a sudden they started teaching the kids. Hold on, Wendy. They started teaching the kids how to hide. You were the one who told me about your grandkids doing sleeping lions.
That's right. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Right? And then now we've got the event happen. Now, I don't agree with Roy. I don't agree with Roy that the event that happened in the school should be considered not true because the children have been told to practice what to do. That don't make sense to me.
No.
But I would agree. But I would agree with Roy that there appears to be an agenda where they've been very lax in what they're actually been coming down on criminality wise. And reducing the high trust society to a low trust society. And they've been doing it systematically on purpose. I would agree with him on that.
Yeah. But what happened to Active Patriot when he put that out then on X? Did anything happen?
As far as I know, I think he got banned off of X for a little while or something. Yeah. Or someone reported him. Or I think the police might have actually gone round his house about that post, you know.
Yeah, it's a shame that Active had to do what he did that time. But I've seen a lot of stuff that he's done since. And no, everything he said's come to fruition with Active Patriot. But he had to spoil it with some of the stuff he fucking got up to. But then again, he also well, anyway, sometimes he gets too personal with people and says things he shouldn't say, but that's neither here nor there. But
yeah, but he was fed bullshit. He was fed bullshit by that same group that's fed bullshit to everybody. You know that, and I know that. He got fed bullshit.
Is it the same group? Yeah.
Yeah, the same group. They made what they do is they took 2 and 2 and put 5 and come up with 5, and that's the narrative. They fill in the gaps, and then they've told him that this is fact, and he's believed it and whatnot. But it weren't true. But that's up to them anyway. But that's all their personal business. That's all been dealt with.
Just out of interest, what event, apart from what we've discussed, do you think really happened and there was no ulterior motive? So I don't know. So the shooting of JFK.
I think that was probably political now.
Right. The death of Marilyn Monroe.
I reckon that was probably political or for fetish reasons.
Well,
when you see what's been going on with the corruption at the top of the echelons in society, Wendy, and it's reached into the royal family, it's reached into Dubai, the sheikhs over there, it's reached into America and all the important people there.
Oh, hang on, I haven't finished yet. So
it's gone as far as Norway. The fucking princess over there having to apologise.
Yeah. But the moon landings.
I'm not even sure they're real.
This is what I'm asking you. So do you think the moon landings were real?
Nope.
Because the footage hasn't aged well, has it? Because I'll be honest, right? I was don't be fucking silly, blah, 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 blah. Then I went looking for some footage of the moon landing of Armstrong, one giant step for fucking mankind or whatever. It just doesn't look real.
Wendy, do you remember when there was I think it was the London Bridge attack. And there was a news article and you had these people that were standing there meant to be protesting, right? And then they showed somebody else that took longer footage because they'd been round the corner and they'd actually seen some of the people that were standing there protesting getting out of police vans. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember. I remember hearing about it, but I didn't see it. I didn't see no video.
Yeah, there was footage and there was people changing their clothes.
Yeah, I remember hearing about it. Definitely, I remember hearing about it, but being like what I am like.
Then not long after, then also I heard a similar story from people that went down to. Do you remember Black Lives Matter during COVID?
Oh yeah.
When they went down to guard the statues.
Mm-hmm.
I heard people saying that they knew that there was police officers that had got changed into shorts and t-shirts and stuff.
There was a lot of funny shit going on there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then it turned out that the bloke that man picked up and took a photo of, right? The one who wrote the book.
Yeah. I showed you.
Yeah. Well, that one who wrote the book, the bloke that he put over his fucking shoulder turned out to be a policeman, a transport policeman. That's a bit weird, isn't it? And, right, I mean, surely he would have lost his job being a football hooligan and being pissed out of his head. I wonder whatever happened there.
No.
And on top of that, I have it from Jedi, and I believe him because there was other people that were with Jedi. That it was actually Jedi that moved the bloke to safety and then carried on his way because he didn't want to be a hero or a saviour. But at the same time, he weren't going to get to see somebody get beat up. And the other bloke come behind him and picked him up for the photo opportunity.
And
I believe that as well.
No, I do believe that because that was no coincidence, that photo. That was a staged photo opportunity.
Yep.
Because then the guy turns up and he's writing a book and then he's part of something else. No, it was all staged. And then there was that, oh Christ, it was that fucking documentary that you must have made me watch 3 or 4 times, to do with fucking magpies, all to do with that day down at Trafalgar Square. Can you remember it?
Yep.
Oh, people on bikes.
And even though I think that the bloke that actually made that was probably a little bit way over the top, because he tried to suggest certain individuals, you do know that Raspek did wear wires down at the park. It's true.
Yeah, I do. I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't believe the red shoes business. I think that's all a bit over the top. But I do believe that there were police there in the crowd. I do believe that as well.
Of course, there's always police in these crowds.
Yep,
yeah.
I do believe that. And
Just
I do believe, yeah.
Pally marches and that, there's police in them, Jupiter.
And I do believe that Raspek was a paid instigator.
Yeah, so do I. Or why was he wearing a wire? I mean, what? You wear a wire in some places, you find yourself.
Well, why did he go down there and stand in the middle of Trafalgar Square when the Black Lives Matter protest had been changed to the Friday and they'd already had their protest, so they didn't need to be there on the same day, and stand there and tell black people, you need to come down here and defend me. There's only 5 of us down here.
Yeah, I know. Why
Why would you call people? And why was he never investigated for that as inciting violence? When if that had been the other way round, that's exactly what they would called it as.
Well, yeah, but no, he was allowed to do it. I remember that like it was yesterday.
Yep, on a loudspeaker with that Kush guy. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. And it was him doing that, as I recall, put me right if I'm wrong, that Jedi saw and made him go down. And it was like fucking Moses going to get his people, made him go down and get the people away from the situation that Raspek had caused.
Did you see the way the people followed him out, though?
That's why I said it's like Moses going to get his people. Yeah.
Yeah, but because Jedi's face didn't fit, they never made him a hero, but he was a hero. He had a story onto himself that would have been so newsworthy. The way all those people followed him to the station to go home.
And not get in trouble and not follow the likes of Raspek.
Yep.
You know, I remember that, and that's why I was to say it was like Moses coming for his people and then leading them, you know, back to the promised land, home, if you like. There's loads of things that, you know, over the years, but so you mentioned Epstein again, right? With the royal family. So I'd like to hear from you, honestly, what you think, honestly, the royal family can actually do now. What can they do?
Charles needs to abdicate. It's as simple as, but he's too selfish and he won't.
It's not that black and white, is it?
It is that black and white. And if he doesn't, what he's going to find, and Wendy, I'm somebody that thinks that we should maintain our royal family. I'm not somebody that's a royalist. I'm not one of these that.
All right, so Charles should abdicate and William should come in.
Yeah.
Right, that's fair enough then.
Definitely. And I think that you're probably going to see that happen.
Do you think that Charles knew?
I don't think that, well, I think towards the end, how could you not know?
No.
But look, I don't know whether he knew that Andrew was doing all this salacious stuff or whatever. I think that he probably had a very old-fashioned view that in the UK, if you're above 16, you know, you could have sex. And so she was 17. And if it had been in the UK, it wouldn't have been seen as nothing wrong. So it's a grey area. You did disrespect the rules of America. But at the end of the day, you know, if it had been here, so water it down, kind of that thing. But what I do think that Charles, and all this stuff that people say that Charles is a paedophile, I don't believe that myself.
No,
right? And I'm going to tell you for why. His love for Camilla was too much.
Yeah, exactly.
And she was an old hag, and she's not particularly good looking, is she? So he liked the mature mummy kind of figure sexually, in my opinion. So I don't go along with that. But what I do think is that you may find that Charles was involved in financial gain through Andrew's dodgy dealings, and I think that.
Oh, you mean because he was a financier kind of thing, yeah?
Yeah, because that's what Epstein was into. That's how he got.
That's what I mean. Yeah, Epstein was the financier. So any tips that Epstein got, he probably could have thrown Charles's way.
Yeah, because Andrew, there must have been some payoff, not just the sexual favors. So, and I honestly think that there's some things that.
But what about?
But I also think that Charles was aware of what was wrong with Andrew for a long time, a lot longer than what he's letting on. I do believe that.
So what about the fact that that Ferguson woman, that she was in, contact with the freak Epstein, Sarah, Duchess of York?
Yeah, I think that she excuses. I think she's one of these women. If you see the emails that she was writing to Epstein.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there's a young girl over there. She's really sexy. Just marry me and employ her. What?
And she'd also wrote one similar to, one of her girls, I don't know which one, apparently was out, was away for the weekend, and in brackets she'd put on a shagging weekend. Who talks like that about their daughter?
Well, if you do, you wouldn't put it in an email to a pervert.
Yeah, but
well, common people do say fucking silly things when they're joking around.
She ain't common, is she? She's like meant to be the Duchess.
But you wouldn't put it in an email to a pervert. I don't even think a common person would do that. But I definitely think that Fergie thinks she's gonna rebrand herself. She's not going to rebrand herself. She's not going to be saved.
No.
I think Prince Charles knew more than he let on that he knew and excused it. I think probably the Queen even excused it. Wendy didn't like it, found it distasteful, but do you remember when I said I explained to people that I didn't believe in institutionalized racism in the police? And I said, because to suggest it's institutionalized, to me, means that the institution was built for that purpose, right? That's because that's what we used to believe that institutions meant, right? They've changed the meaning of the words because they have to do a reset, and this is what they've done with everything. But do I agree that there are some people in the police force that are racist and that they didn't do anything about it? Yes. Why? Well, because they had committees and some people on the committees were racist and they didn't do anything about it. But that doesn't mean that it was something that was going to be the end product every time. It just meant that there was a lot of people that so happened to get away with it because of racists within the police force. So it's not for me, it's not the institution that caused it. It's the racists that caused it themselves. And I tried to explain it with the child abuse, and I was saying, look, it's like the church. Yeah. The reason that the church covered up child abuse wasn't because all of the priests were child abusers. It's because they were to save the face of the church. And it was the same reason within the police force. The reason they covered up racism is because they were to save the face of the police force. I believe that that's exactly what happened with the royal family. They knew, they disliked it, they didn't agree with it, but they wanted to cover up the face of the royal family. And unfortunately, that is all top show, and that's where it's all gone wrong.
Well, hopefully, I'm hoping, because there's been little rumours, hasn't there, but whether he actually does it, I don't know, that Andrew is made to go and face because he's always said he's not guilty, hasn't he? He's always claimed he's innocent. So to me,
he's going to be pushed into going. He's going to go. He's going to go.
I hope he does.
Yeah, I think King Charles will probably abdicate, and I think he's going to probably say it's down to ill health. But the truth of the matter is that he knows that it'd be better to hand the throne over. If he's got any sense, he will anyway. Because if he does it now, Wendy, they can say, well, Prince William was young when all this shit was going on, and he wasn't, and he wasn't involved in it. And even if he's become aware in the last few years, you know, he's been putting his foot down and pushing for the titles to be removed and ostracising him. But if King Charles leaves it until he dies, which could be another 10 years, we don't know, then they're going to say, well, what was William doing when with all this disgusting stuff? Why didn't he put his foot down? Why didn't he say more or do more? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, the man did push his father to make. I mean, because Charles wasn't going to make Andrew lose Prince anything. It was on the orders of William that Charles finally moved his arse and did something about it. But as I said to you, I can't believe that they made a move from Windsor, but if the little bastard still isn't on a royal estate now, Sandringham, why? Why can't he go and live in, I don't know, go and live in Henley in an ordinary house? What, is he too good for that, even now?
Well, I don't even think Henley's good enough for him. I want him locked up.
Well, like he's, you know,
I think he should be doing a prison sentence.
For what though?
Perjury for a start.
Well, no, he hasn't been to court, so he can't get done for that.
Well, perjury.
He could get caught for what's it?
Perjury is when you lie, and he has definitely lied to the public.
No, perjury is when you stood in court. You've took the oath and you start lying. That's perjury. The other one is something the line of
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, right? He could get done for that.
Yeah.
And he could also, I mean, because we don't know, how can I put it? We don't know if that woman, Virginia, right? She may have slept with Andrew or whatever, and she was 17. But will we ever know if he slept with anyone under that age, Jupiter? If you know what I'm saying.
Who, Andrew?
Yeah.
I think it's odds on that he probably did.
And I mean under that age, you know, really under that age.
Yeah, probably slept with 14 and 15-year-olds.
Yeah,
when he was in. Probably when he was in his fucking 30s, yeah. He probably has, yeah. I mean, that's only my opinion. I've got no evidence at the moment to support that.
No,
but yeah, I reckon he probably did. Look, you have to understand that elite's attitudes to sex is completely different to ours. In some ways, it's almost when they marry, they do it as a duty, especially when they're preserving bloodlines or monetary gain and stuff like that. In most cases, they're loveless marriages. That's why they have mistresses for a start.
Yeah.
You know, and even up to, you know, most recent times, you would still get a king that might have been gay that would have a marriage, now, and then carry on with his side associations. They've got a very different way of looking at sex. A very different way. They take the emotions out of it. And so because of that, they're lacking.
I just can't believe, and I suppose it's my little conspiracy theory, I can't believe that Andrew was hid away for this long over Virginia Dufresne, right, or whatever her name was. It's got to go deeper than that. It's, in other words, he's done more nefarious stuff than that, than just her.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. There's probably loads of emails when judges haven't bothered reading them all.
Well, no, there's 3 million. You're right, they've released 3 million, and there's 3 million that they're not even going to release.
You know? I think they'll all be released in the end, Wendy. But I also think there's a lot of game playing at the moment as well. You see, well, Trump signed off what can be released, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But he's not a stupid man. Those emails are worth their weight in gold, aren't they?
Well,
all about the timing, isn't it?
Yeah. They'll have also been gone over with a fine tooth comb before any of them were fucking released. I'm telling you, they haven't. They won't have been released willy fucking nilly. They'll have been read and checked and double checked.
They know exactly what's in them. Certain people do anyway, but not the. But it will all come out, Wendy. It's all going to come out. It's all going to come out, but everything's going to collapse. Everything is going to collapse.
What do you mean?
All of the infrastructure, everything is going to come down.
Well, we don't want that.
I don't think we can stop it at this stage.
Well, hang on. Why would Epstein's files make everything collapse?
Because of all of the financial implications and the dodgy deals that's been happening.
Oh, you mean because of what's going to happen government-wise and all the rest
yes,
of it? Right. Okay.
Yes, all of it. All of it.
I see Starmer not only appointed one paedophile apologist, but two paedophile apologists. It came out in the House of Commons today, and still he sits in number 10. You know, he needs to go. And the quicker
he's going to, Wendy will be gone by the end of next week or the week after at the latest. It's obvious he's going. And he knows it as well. The way that he was screeching in Parliament today just tells you. You could see. Do you know what, Wendy? It's the most angriest I've ever seen that man.
Yeah.
He wasn't enraged about the girls getting killed in Southport. He wasn't enraged about groomed girls. He wasn't enraged about the victims of Epstein.
No.
But he was enraged about his own personal fucking reputation. He wasn't even this enraged when people were talking about his private business and rent boys.
No. It was when the Lib Dem guy got up and he said something to him. And wow, yeah.
Emily said, sorry, I don't know if it's Emily or Emma. M Dash said, can she have the link? Can she come up?
It was when the Lib, I think it was the Lib Dem guy, said something. Oh my God, I've never seen him so enraged over something.
Chris got proof. Yeah.
Was quite nice to see, actually. But that shows
this is only the beginning of it. And it's going to go into the Tories. It's going to go into the establishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to go into high-ranking police officers. You watch. It's going to go. The tentacles are going to go everywhere.
Oh, yeah. I do believe that. Yeah, I do believe it.
You know.
All right. So, did I put that up?
Yeah, the link's there. M dash, the link's there for you if you want to come up.
Jupiter.
And this is why, Wendy, when as bad as it sounds, I do have room now to believe that they're capable of anything and everything. Seriously, I'm not going to sit here. I do believe that in Sandy Hook it was organic. I do. I think that the boy was just a fucked up fucking incel. But I also believe who created the incels, Wendy?
I don't know.
Think about it.
I don't know.
Wokeism and the policies and procedures, they were a backlash to wokeism. When we were sitting over here looking at the first incels and they were going on about, oh, yeah, there's these loners in America that sit in their basements who can't get women and they get really angry with the world.
Yeah.
Right? Now I understand exactly what they were talking about. So we've seen them over here. We see them on the platforms.
Yeah.
We see them and they actually get insulted when you sort of like say to them, you're an involuntary celebrant, aren't you? They get upset, but it's the truth. the way they hate on women and all the rest of it. You can see it.
Yeah.
Hiya, Emma.
Hi, Dash.
Hi. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Hope I'm not too loud. I recognise the last time I was probably too loud on my mic, but I don't know how to adjust that on my phone.
Right.
Sorry it took a while. I was looking on your description and clicked on the link in there, and it's trying to get me to sign up to StreamYard. Like, that's not the right link, and then you put it in, so that's what took me off that little...
I've done that 1,000 times, love.
I got impatient. I'm like, I want to get on. The only reason I wanted to jump on, well, lots of reasons in the chat previously, but Anne Robertson put a comment in saying you should go up and speak to Wendy to wake her up.
Oh, yeah.
And that is not why I'm here. Far from it. It's the exact opposite, actually. I've spent years and wasted so much of my time trying to wake people up, trying to get them to see my point of view and trying to get them to see what I see. It's futile. That's not how it works. If you're going to, I really do not like the term wake up. I really don't like it, but come around to a new perspective or have a paradigm shift, whatever you might want to label it as. That's on your own terms and your own time, and you have to do the work. You can't just say, right, well, show me the evidence, and then someone present to you what they've spent 9 months going down all the rabbit holes finding. Because certain things will make sense to certain people at certain points in their life according to their own beliefs and history and perspectives of the world. You can't just go, well, there it is, summarised, you should now believe it too. It doesn't work like that.
Dash, you know, COVID, right? When that first came along, I was the biggest, what would you call it, Jupiter? You know, I was blowing the trumpet for everything the government said, right? The government were right, and anyone
who even told me to shut up at one point.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not surprised.
Yeah, and anyone who dared to fucking disagree, you know, I'd go nuts at.
Yeah.
And no one could change my mind, right?
Yeah.
And then a few months
you weren't alone. There was many of you that were like that. Yeah.
But then, you see, what you said there is correct, because then a few months down the line, or however long it was, all of a sudden things weren't starting to add up. And they were, you know, if this was so real, why were they allowing Black Lives Matter to have their little protests in London when we were supposed to be in the middle of a pandemic? And then there was the injections. Why was that not working the way it should? And then I became the opposite to what I was. I was dead against anything the government said. I didn't believe a word they said. I changed my mind completely, but I had to do it on my own.
You had to do it on your own.
Nobody else could convince me.
No.
It didn't matter what they said. I'd come up with a reason why they must obey the government.
Yeah.
And that's why I look, with me and Wendy doesn't really agree with everything that I say, but
I could tell.
Yeah, no, but if I say
you can have a conversation that's
if I can bring her a reasonable logic, then if I bring her a reasonable logic, then she'll go away and think about it and go and look at it.
And I think that's where a lot of people's problem lies, is you don't agree with me, I'm going to shout all my facts at you, and you still don't believe me, well, I'm going to dismiss you entirely. And then, boom, the conversation's over. Then nobody gets anywhere. It's okay to see different things differently and have different beliefs. But you also have to be respectable to other people that differ from you. You can't just dismiss people and write them off completely. There have been people where, back when I used to have Facebook, I mean, that all stopped during COVID, because I was constantly getting put in Facebook jail for speaking up. Right from the off, I was speaking up. I was talking about everything that's coming out now about it. I was saying in the very beginning. So I was getting put in Facebook jail all the time.
Facebook,
and I love how Dupes actually says, when she talks about people fighting on the internet, she refers to them as like, it's like having two people come into your living room, sit and argue, and then leave. And that's how I sort of visualize me being on Facebook. It's like entering someone's house that I cannot fucking stand and I absolutely hate them, just so I can meet with other people that are there. And that's how I viewed it. So I just left completely. But yeah, I had so many people on Facebook. I mean, I've been rattling on about what you would label as conspiracy theories for a long, long time, probably since like 2013. My ex-husband used to be like, "You're an embarrassment. I'm so embarrassed by people saying this, that you're talking about this." And I mean, majority of that stuff's all come out to be real things, you know. Real people who I thought were friends dismissing me, calling me a fucking weirdo, full-blown arguments online as well. But then people who were watching in the background when COVID hit. I had people from school who I'd not spoke to for 20 or 30 years contacting
I'm just
me.
going to make a coffee, Wendy. Yeah.
All right.
They came up and then messaging me going, you know, I've always sort of paid attention to your post, didn't believe anything that you were saying, but none of this is making sense to me. And I'm so glad you spoke out. And lo and behold, we actually created people who were just starting to wake up, for want of a better term, created this little group on WhatsApp that we all sort of helped each other through that process of, it's brutal when you suddenly realise that the world as you know it no longer exists. It is horrible.
Yeah.
And that's what got us all sort of through that sort of period of absolute craziness. I mean, that was psychological warfare, what we all went through. Let's call it what it was.
I mean, I was literally, you know, if people weren't getting the injection and they'd come on in, they'd say, I'm like, oh my God, they'd get a lecture for like 20 minutes.
I quite believe it.
Why they should go and get it. But
yeah.
like you said, once you realize and once your eyes are opened, it's like, oh my God, things are not as I thought they were. And it is hard to deal with.
It is hard to deal with. It really is. You know, finding out everything that you ever believed to be true was an actual lie. It is difficult to deal with. But see, people like me, and I think, I don't know who it was that said it way earlier when I first joined the chat, they were speaking about people being junkies and whatever they were saying, that's who conspiracy theorists are. But generally speaking, it's people who have been through trauma that are that way inclined because they know all too well that what you see isn't necessarily what you should believe. They've had the rug pulled out from under them for loads of different reasons in their past, whether it's their childhood or their adulthood. And it does change their perspective of the world. You know, if you're able to do that to me and you're my mum or my dad or my uncle or whoever, then how can I trust anyone? So then the trust goes, right? And then you have to adapt to a whole new way of being that makes you question everything and everyone that comes into your path. And that by nature extends out into the world.
Well,
why would you just blindly believe what a lot of these people who are known criminals, they've been proven liars, you know, they've been found out so many times to be manipulative, coercive. And I think what I would categorise, I said psychological warfare, but let's break it down to a simplified term of what happened during COVID, was coercive control.
Oh, definitely.
You're not allowed to go and see this person unless you tell me where you are. You can only be this close to them because I've told you so. You know, and then it breaks it down to even further, like your finances, your work. If you don't do this, you're not getting to work here. And that's abuse. It is full out abuse. And anybody who's lived through abuse like that, you can see it for what it was. So yes, some people do turn to drink and drugs as a coping mechanism for that. So whoever said that earlier in the chat that, oh, the conspiracy theorists and junkies, blah, 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 quite probably most of them are. But why?
I was just going to say, you see, because I've heard Alex Jones, and there's only like a couple of things I agree with Alex Jones on. Now, I've heard Alex Jones many, many times say that Big Pharma makes these drugs, right? Prozac and the rest of it, to make people be compliant and do, you know what I'm saying, make their mind, it changes.
Yeah, they dumb you down.
Yeah, and it changes the chemicals in their mind and makes them do loopy things. That I agree on, because some of these antipsychotic pills are very, very, very important, and it does change the way people are. So I
Well,
do agree.
the list of adverse effects is may-induce suicide. That's listed as the top one.
I'm depressed. Oh, well, let me give you
Yeah,
something.
let me give you something that make you feel like you want to kill yourself, because if you
Yeah,
kill
exactly.
yourself, you're actually not a burden to us anymore. So great, we don't have to deal with you. And then don't get me even started on the care homes and the elderly. That was an easy out for them. You know, these people are eugenicists. They think they're the master people, and they don't care about. If you look at, what's his name? The Kissinger report from 1974. Henry Kissinger is still a big advisor on the world stage. He's still very much revered, right? And his Kissinger report from 1974 stated that they must keep the world population below 10 billion. Now, what are we now? What, 8, 9? Are we approaching 9 now? I'm not too sure. But then it listed the ways in which they can do that. You know, very matter of fact, this is how we can keep the population below that level. And it came from vaccines, as in vaccines that will get rid of you. I mean, look what Bill Gates did in India, how many people he disabled, and that was a genocide in itself if you look at the numbers of it. And then also birth control and family planning and the things that we're seeing that are playing out right now. The Kissinger report was very, very revealing in my eyes.
Well, it seems they're getting a vaccine for everything now. Like I was saying to Jupiter the other day, you know, my little granddaughter is off to go and get a vaccine for bloody chicken pox. Well, since when have we needed a vaccine for chicken pox?
Never. You got chicken pox, then you went to school so you could pass it. You had chicken pox parties. Yeah. So we could all pass it round. We'd all get it once, and that would be us.
As it's born. They're talking about chipping a baby as it's born, and if you disagree, they'll take the kid off you.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. None of that. I won't disagree with none of that. Yeah, that I agree with all that.
I look at it and I think it's really sad. When I had my children, I've had 8 kids, right? When I had my children, you were still allowed to make your own decisions whether they had an injection or not. It was down to the mother. It was the mother's right to choose. Now, they try and play every game in the book.
It's still the mother's right to choose, because I've had to fight it for years. You still do have a choice. Will they put the pressure on? Will they try and coerce you, manipulate you, and abuse you into believing you don't? Of course they will. You know, the tactics have grown, but the fact remains that you still have that choice, because I'm living proof that you do. You don't have to. I won't even vaccinate my cats. I don't trust what they're injecting them with. Like,
do cats have to be chipped like dogs? I don't know, because I don't have a cat.
Well, I do have my cats chipped purely because they're outdoor cats, and if they ever did go wandering for miles, I'd like to be able to.
Yeah.
And it has worked twice. I've had to use that facility. It's like a little waist. It's like the shape of a paracetamol or a vitamin tablet, but like tiny in the back of their neck. But you know, they're fine with that. But as for these chemical concoctions that they're just in a lab creating for people, I mean, the things that you see that they actually put in these vaccines, things from monkeys and all the lead metals and stuff, like no human needs
that. You know, my
mum
used to have this big book that broke down every drug possible, Wendy, you know that, right? Yeah. And when she went through the menopause, she went to the doctors and they said that they could give her a hormone replacement, right? So she come home, she opened up her book.
Yeah.
And she went down the ingredients, and then it said horse's urine, right?
Yeah.
And she went, I'm not taking them. I'd rather have the hot flushes, and shut the book. Yeah. I'll have to get the book off her. I'm going to tell her I want it, actually.
But see, there's also books that were written by what society deemed as witches, who give you natural remedies that can deal with all of that.
Though work.
Exactly.
How did the polio vaccine cause that?
That's why I put it up, Jupiter, wondering if either of you two would look at that and think what you'd think of it. I mean, Dash.
The AIDS thing, yeah, well, the AIDS thing got brought up as well during COVID.
No,
What
but
was the name of the...
he's saying polio. The polio vaccine caused AIDS.
I don't think I don't know about that. I couldn't have a discussion about it. But I know the guy who created the test for AIDS. Oh, his name completely slips my mind. Fuck the menopause, honestly. Started with an H, but anyway, he created that COVID test, and it supposedly detects viral load.
Oh right, yeah.
And what are those tests even called now?
COVID test, wasn't it?
No, there was an actual like scientific name for them.
Was
Let me
it
try and look it up?
or something like that? I can't remember.
But
what I do know
rapid
is
antigen, that's what it's called.
Okay.
Now, you have to run these tests normally. I think I am purely speculating on numbers here, but this is what from memory comes to mind. So you run them between 1 and 20 cycles to get the result. But when they were using them for COVID, they were running at them like 100% more than they needed to be. So they'll find the most minute trace of anything. And you remember even if you went into hospital with a collapsed lung or a ruptured artery, they were still putting you down as a COVID death because they would run that cycle, that rapid antigen test, at such a high level, they would pick up any sort of fragment of an antibody or an antiviral, whatever. I don't know the terminology now, but it was all bullshit, basically. They were doctoring the statistics, and they were adding on deaths by COVID.
Yeah, I know
to
that for a fact.
any people just to fudge the numbers to make it look. Now, any disease that requires such a mass marketing campaign, I'm sorry, you've got to look at it and be like, what the fuck?
Well, it did, didn't it? Yeah, it did need a mass marketing campaign.
It was the biggest one we've ever seen. And it was coordinated and had been practiced, it'd been coordinated and practiced way in advance.
There was
I think that's
so
actually
many
Epstein
things
files.
that actually just didn't add up. So many things. For example, my in-law lives in Nigeria. Their villages and towns weren't having it, yet they weren't all dropping like flies. You would have thought that.
Yep.
It was weird, Wendy. It was weird.
And if you buy something to eat in the pub, you don't have to wear a mask because you won't get it. But if you only get a drink, then the virus is going to get you. But look at it on the bigger picture.
But the only thing that I don't understand is Israel. They've made their citizens have the most COVID injections.
Yeah, they were the most vaccinated nation. Yeah.
So it just goes to prove that it's not the fucking Jews running the world, because they're all going to be fucking dying if the COVID injections are bad.
Well, they seem like a very compliant country, don't they?
It was mandatory. It was like against the law not to get vaccinated in Israel during that time.
They really went hard on them.
It was never legal that you had to get it here either. It was only mandatory. Mandatory, you don't have to follow that. Something that's mandated doesn't mean it's written in law. But people were threatened and coerced so much that they thought they couldn't travel abroad. They couldn't go back to work.
Yeah.
Even the masks alone, walking around the supermarket, it was the most dystopian time that I've ever. It's like something you'd only think is a movie, right? Going to Aldi and you're just surrounded by a sea of people covering their faces and walking around and gloves on and aprons on. I'm like, what the fuck are you mentalists doing? I never put a mask on once, not one single time.
No.
I remember it was maybe a year in or 8 months in or something, and I was in Lidl actually, and I'm just cutting about doing the same thing that I would normally do. And this old man, he must be in his 80s, walked up to me and he was like, he didn't have a mask on as well. And he held my hand. He went, I am so glad I saw you today. I was starting to lose the will to live. I'm like, oh, well, I'm glad I made your day. Like, thank God that you also exist, because what the fuck is wrong with all these people, you know? I get what was wrong with them. They were being coerced and they were being abused. But if you didn't turn the telly on...
But you do know it. You do know, M-Dash, though, that you've got to be very, very careful, that because even though we can see I can see the manipulation and the room for the manipulation and everything else, and you don't want to hold back too much, but you still have to be careful that you're not being led down a road in some areas, because
absolutely
that would be the easiest way for them to mislead people as well. You have to be really...
But see, when it comes to them that we talk about, I don't look to any of that. I don't watch TV. I've not watched news, mainstream media, in well over a decade, and my life's all the better for it. I don't take directives. The way I see it, if I'm a good person, i.e. I don't harm another person, I'm good to my kids, and I'm always, leading with intent to do well. Whether it's for me, my community, like all my neighbours absolutely love me. They never go hungry. I feed all of them. If you're a good person that doesn't intend to do harm to someone else, leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Stop manipulating me into believing this and taking that and doing this and doing that. It's horrible. And there's so many people in such need that they do turn to all these institutions and authorities thinking they're going to help them, and they couldn't give a shit about them.
No.
And but then it's easy to do so because where's the community? Community is gone.
Well, it was cohesion, because why then did they start off with everyone come out on a Thursday evening and bang your pots and pans? Why? What? That was to show, look what we can get you to do.
Exactly. Humiliation ritual.
Yeah.
And they also recognise that people are craving community.
Yeah.
So let's give them a communal procedure, like how they have ceremonies, for example, like a ritual. It's a community ritual. Give them a community ritual, and then that will satisfy that human urge for community. That's what it did. Everybody standing on the doorstep, waving at each other, banging pots and pans, like, oh, did you see John at number 6? Oh, then they felt good for the day.
And then you go onto TikTok and you see nurses doing TikTok videos. So what were you meant to think,
And then all these Nightingale hospitals that opened up that never got utilised.
Never used, no.
Because I've emailed my MP when I first cottoned on to the Nightingale hospitals, and like our local ice rink and stuff was like closed because it was being utilised for hospital beds and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? This is just not on. I was not backwards and coming forwards with him. But I got a generic, very tailored response, didn't really answer any of my questions, didn't entertain it. And funnily enough, he actually came to my door about 3 weeks ago now, doing his little campaign.
Oh, yeah.
And I mentioned it to him, and I said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. You wouldn't respond to my email in a humanistic or even a respectful way and answer my questions in 2020. I'm not interested in what you've got to say today. And his face dropped and I just shut the door. You fuck off. Can't forget all these people who are forcing people to do these things that were inhumane in my mind.
Well, I mean, we were allowed Christmas as long as we had 6 people and opened a window. I mean, and people went along with it.
See, even that terminology, we are allowed to.
Yes,
Says
allowed
fucking
Christmas.
who?
Yeah.
Says fucking who? So because we're born into this world to a certain family at a certain time, that you've already got all the land, you've got all the money, you've got all the resources, that you somehow control us. No, you don't have any control over me unless I allow you to. Fuck you.
I thought it was brilliant. On VE Day. Yeah, I've told you this before, Wendy. On VE Day, the woman round the corner had a party in her front garden, and then there was a big, massive punch up, right? And so everybody came out. If you weren't at the party, you were coming out to watch the punch up. It was massive. It was a big brawl. And then the police turned up, right? So as the police are coming up the road, everyone goes and stands in the garden, didn't they? Right? The police turned up and they went, what are you doing? Why are you all out your houses? We went, we're all related. What's it got to do with you? Right? And there was Hector standing in the middle of all of us. It was quite so funny. Yeah. We're all
then
related.
There was the hotline, remember, to complain on your neighbours if they got visitors that they shouldn't
that
have.
was bad. Yeah, that was that nasty. That was. Yeah.
Oh, my neighbours ain't going to do that. Thank God.
And then you've also got to look at like the spiritual, metaphysical element, the whole 6 meters apart. If you come closer to someone beyond that distance, your energy fields sort of meet one another. That's when your instinct can sort of jump in and go, oh, I've got a bad feeling about this person, or your hearts can sort of connect. But you're intentionally being told to stand, not that it wasn't 6 meters, 6 feet, sorry, 6 feet apart for that reason. Like, have no connection whatsoever. And they did go for the pups because, let's be honest, that's where the ideas are born, and that's where movements are born, and that's where community gathers, that's where discussions are held. You weren't allowed to speak to them because you can't have people like me speaking to someone like Wendy going, have you realised this, by the way? Have you thought about that, by the way? You know?
Yeah.
And that's why the internet was so heavily controlled. That's like people like me were getting kicked off Facebook every 2 days, or information was just disappearing offline right before your very eyes. I mean, what was the word that they actually changed the entire definition of? Was it contaminated, or there was a word that I need to look back my notes. I've saved all that stuff, but
immunisation.
Was it immunisation? They completely changed the definition of it.
When you had the first injection, you was going to be immune 95%. You had the first injection, then they told everybody, or actually it didn't work. You know, you've got to have top-ups. What? Hold on, you said
but you better go and have more.
Yeah.
And those who are vaccinated are protected. But if anybody who comes in contact with them that haven't had it, they're a threat to the people who are vaccinated. Well, it can't be fucking very good then, can it? Well, they were protected. But I mean, my family, like, they're big, you know, news watchers, very much like just follow what the mainstream media says, trust the politicians, army background, all that sort of stuff, you know, fell for every bit of it, hook, line and sinker. Still to this day. I mean, it didn't matter. I screamed until I was blue in the face, and it made not one blind bit of difference. You know, and it just made me realise there's just futile. There's no point. You'll see what you're meant to see, and if you really want to know more, you'll go and find that on your own accord.
Yeah, but the reason, see, this is why the discussions that I have with Wendy are good, because she might see something in a more balanced approach that I haven't even thought of and I've outruled, right? And I might see something that actually makes rational sense, because I don't talk as much as I can go along with a lot of the stuff in a more open-minded way. I don't talk. So if you notice the difference of my approach to Roy's approach, and if Roy had the patience, he might have found that Wendy would actually have been going, oh, okay, I see what you're saying now.
I came in late. I must have heard Roy speak for maybe all of, 2 minutes, if that.
Well,
I don't know how the conversation went down prior to that, but...
Oh,
I could sense he was frustrated, and
he was frustrated because he wanted to keep jumping rather than registering. When the points that he was raising weren't validated, he was getting angry. But what he didn't realise is that we were being fair all the way along. And then when it got to the photo, well, then for me, it kicks in, well, yeah, there does seem something
That's
odd
where I
about
came
that.
in, and you were refereeing, yeah.
You know, but he didn't have the patience to wait and to listen. But that doesn't mean that I go along 100% with the conspiracy, but I do think that there is a bigger agenda at play, as I explained to Wendy.
I can recognise that you can see that. And it does get frustrating. I mean, fair play to Roy for even coming up and having a discussion with someone like yourself, Wendy. I mean, I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, but who have got no belief in it whatsoever. He was he kind of wasted his time a little bit because, like I said, unless you've done the digging on your own behalf, you won't see what he sees. It's kind of a waste of time.
He didn't waste his time. He just didn't understand Wendy's personality, which is why I was trying to make him shut up, because I could bring Wendy down if he gave me the room to do it instead of him aggravating her more. And that's what he was doing.
Well,
there was a
men are from
personality
Mars.
clash. Yeah,
men are from Mars and all that.
And then when he tells me Piers Morgan is MI6, and I go, evidence. Well, I haven't got any. I just know he is. See, Jupiter knows me that well. She knows I'm not going to sit and go, oh, okay. I'm just not. I'm not like that.
That's the thing. Why would
but
you?
To be fair, nor am I, Wendy, or something like that.
No. I wouldn't be. If somebody just told me something right off the bat, whether it's somebody on the street or somebody sitting in Parliament, I don't believe what they say. I'll find out for myself. If it interests me and it matters to me, I'll go look. I'll go and do the deep dive, and I'll really, really, really look into it before I make my own mind up. And that's what that only starts from having these conversations. So it's good that they start, and even people who are listening in the side chat and stuff, it might spark a curiosity in them where they go, hang on, actually, I do think that makes sense. I'm going to go and look into that. So it's good to have open dialogue.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if you, people talking on here, I've had to go look into the Titanic thing, and so many of it. Like I was saying to Jupiter, though, the moon landing hasn't aged well. And when I recently went looking, I thought that there's no way they're on the moon there. It's just no, and it shouldn't look like that. You know, one giant leap for mankind and all that crap. It was probably behind Tesco's in a sandpit or something. I don't know, but it just hasn't aged well at all. It looks as fake as it was.
When you hear people who were perhaps there watching it on TV at the time, they'll staunchly hold on to the belief that did happen because they saw it on the telly. They saw it happen, and they've believed it all their life that was what happened. So trying to shift their belief system from anything from what they held so dearly to them, that was a huge thing in their life that they saw it on the telly. Well, how many? And I think that's where Roy's coming from with the Boston bombings and the Sandy Hook. Just because you saw it on the telly doesn't mean it's actually what played out the way that they say it does. If they can lie about something like the moon landing.
Roy's problem is this, that there is an agenda there, and there is an element of interference from the government, or taking opportunity, or whatever you want to call it, jumping onto the back of grief or whatever. Maybe even the use of the policies that has led to those situations being permitted to be happening without directly saying, oh, I give you permission. But he believes every connection is a true connection, because he can see that there's a bigger picture that's not wrong. He's ready to swallow everything, and that's the difference between me and Roy. I'm not ready to swallow everything.
Yeah. Well, just in the same, in the same light that I would never degrade Wendy for not believing any of it. I don't think people should degrade someone that hold strong held beliefs and
No,
convictions in
but Roy
something.
should have stayed here. He should have stayed. I
He
mean,
should have.
yeah, he should have stayed.
Maybe it should be around too. Maybe it should be like a weekly.
I don't think she was
feature.
deliberate. I don't think she was deliberately degrading him. People don't understand Wendy's personality.
Yeah.
So she will be affronted on behalf of the kids.
You've
Right?
got to understand though as well, people who were in this stuff way back years ago, right? Even to not so much these days, but definitely back then, you were ridiculed left, right, and fucking centre.
Oh,
So
when I
when
went
someone
on-
challenges you on that belief, you instantly get on the defensive. And I think it's sort of a natural default setting amongst what people call conspiracy theories.
Jojo said no, his phone died.
Oh well, that makes that's
Oh.
okay. I'm happy about that then.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd be someone to back out of it.
Yeah, I am good. That's I'm happy to hear that. That means he didn't leave. That's good.
His phone's about to charge by now, though. So where are you?
Yeah. So listen, we're not saying that we believe Snopes in everything. I know that Snopes are meant to have been sort of like a propaganda arm that was put there to kind of add confusion. But we were looking for the picture. We just wanted to see what the picture was that was being spoken about, and that was the first thing that come up from the audience.
It's really interesting that, I mean, it was such a long time ago, like that Boston bombing, Sandy Hook stuff. It was such a long time ago that majority of what I've looked into back then is a figment of my imagination now. You know, it's not right there with all. Back then, I could have debated all the facts and dates and give you everything. But then you move on, and the next thing comes along, the next thing comes along, and life happens. So for that thing, that picture particularly, that wasn't even something that come across my radar back then. That's not something that I really took from that. For me, it was there are crisis actors that were sort of found to be in other situations elsewhere amongst other crises. I'm like, how many fucking times are you going to show up at the same, oh, how unlucky for you sort of thing. You'd be at that one and that one and that one. But that kid never came across my mind. Or my radar at the time, that from what I can remember anyway. So that's a Roy one to debate on, but yes, Snopes
He
is a
came
fucking
on here
dope.
to have a discussion. We didn't come with any evidence. See, nothing.
It's quite difficult. This is another thing, though. It's quite difficult to show evidence unless you're even back then. We didn't have a screenshot on our devices and stuff. From what I remember, did we have screenshot back then, 2000 and whatever it was? I don't think we did.
Very difficult to do, though. Yeah.
And even when you're in these moments doing these things, right, you've got 20 tabs open on 5 different browsers, and you're deep diving into this and this and this and this. You're not thinking, oh, I'm going to save that so I can show it later, you know, in 20 years down the line. You want to know the information, and it's making sense to you at the time, and you're just, you know, it's for your own thoughts. But I think now, which I do now, when I'm finding stuff, I'll screenshot everything that might come in handy later down the line. I think that's going to get wiped. I'm going to take that.
The thing is, Wendy's style of talking is almost a debate style. She's been used to that. So that is your style, Wendy, where you debate to win the point. You don't even realise you're doing it a lot of the time because you firmly believe in what you're saying rather than a discussion. And Roy was too emotional as well. He was jumping all over the place because he felt embarrassed when he was being proved wrong on the smaller points. He didn't have faith in himself to follow through. But I think that the truth of the matter is that his phone did die. I think if he'd have stayed around long enough, then he probably would have come to a similar conclusion, because he did say at one point to you, Wendy, he's not trying to convince other people to believe him, and he's not saying that he thinks it was a complete psyop, but he reckons there was red flags there. He did say that at the beginning, if you listen to him.
Oh no, I did listen to him at the beginning. Yeah,
I think if you're coming into a conversation or a date like what Wendy might be doing with the intent to prove yourself right and them wrong, you've already lost. I think if you go into a conversation just to explore, well, this is what I think, what do you think? And you explore each other's ideas, you get way further than...
I showed a video of some guy to do with Sandy Hook. And I asked Jupiter and Roy what they thought they were looking at in that video.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I put another video on, and I was just, but the trouble is with Roy, you put the video on, and then he goes off on a tangent, and I can't hear him because I'm listening to the video. Then you stop the video, and he's talking about something. And before I knew it, he was talking about 7/7, and he was going off on this one and going, instead of sticking to what we were just talking about.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It can be quite erratic, but a lot of these things are linked, and I can understand. I would be able to probably understand his mindset and where he's going with it, because I've also done the previous, years and years of looking into it as well. I could probably see why he's making these connections and the jumps. But for somebody new, I mean, it's difficult, right? Because it is vast and it's really, really deep. So for someone you're not a professor, you're not a university lecturer, to collate a sort of, it's basically what you're asking is for a lesson. For a normal Joe blog to convey that, it's especially years after the fact.
Oh, come on, Roy's not a normal Joe blog. He does know quite a bit. But the fact
I don't mean that. But
yeah, the fact of the matter is, his technique is that he tries to preempt what you're going to say and counteract it before you get there. And so you had two different styles of debating or discussing that weren't really having the patience to actually walk through each other's points. That was the problem.
Get that. Listen to respond rather than listen to understand. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but then when I'd ask him a question, I'd say, so what do you mean by that, Roy? He'd say something, whatever, I don't know. And I'd say, what do you mean by that, Roy? Well, I don't know. It's what the it's just what I learned. I was there. And then he'd go off on a tangent because it's Roy, and I know what Roy does. That's what he does.
Yeah. See, I'm a new kid on the block. I don't know any of you guys really.
I like Roy. I love Roy's character. I like Roy, and
I get good vibes from him. And I do.
He's got a really good. He's got a good art.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. But like I say, unless you've done the work yourself, you're not going to. Roy can't teach you the stuff that you're looking for. He can't.
No.
He's not qualified to, and it's not his responsibility to. If you really want to know this information, go look. Go. You have to really do.
In the old days, before this thing, you used to go to the London Library. You used to go to the newspaper, the newspaper history museum. You'd go all over to research certain things, right? And then you'd research it, get photocopy it, go home, do what you had to do. Then you'd have to go back the next day again and go into the library, go into the fucking newspaper archives down in London. And that's how it used to be. Then all of a sudden the internet really takes off. It really takes off, right? And now, I'm not being funny, Dash, but for some people, they only have to watch one 5-minute video and it's true.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, that does exist, especially amongst the younger generation. It does exist, but I don't think what Roy's talking about is...
No. I think what Roy talks about is far deeper.
Yeah.
Far deeper, right? But when I say, so where did you get that from? Where did you get this information from? He just giggles. Now,
so Anne Robinson, I do think Roy was wrong on some points. So first of all, he had absolutely no proof that Piers Morgan was MI6. None at all.
Giggles. Yeah, he just laughed.
None at all. He just said that's just what he thinks. Well,
Yeah.
I don't think that really stands up.
But Jupes, like what you say about you recognise patterns, someone who's also been looking at these sorts of angles of conspiracies and stuff for years, they can also recognise patterns. And, you know, we're not writing dissertations here, like what's your source and stuff. A lot of times, years, if you go back sort of to 2010, for example, or even 2001, as far back as that, you know, 9/11, where a lot of conspiracy theorists sort of were born, people weren't taking a note of their sources to then, you know,
No,
debate
but
on
M-Dash,
YouTube later on.
look. If you can't formulate why you've got an opinion, even in a very basic way, you can't show us the foundations of your belief.
Yeah.
Then it's a problem, isn't it? Because whilst you're saying it's not down to him to teach us, and I don't expect him to teach me, because I think I probably know a little bit more than people give me credit for. But the fact of the matter is that we've got an audience listening who are trying to make up their own mind and understand. People that might also be in the same complete mindset as Wendy, and Wendy's trying to understand. And if you can't try and make them understand a little bit by starting with the baby steps, then how do you think you're going to take the giant leaps?
Again, this is what I'll come back to. It's how can you make someone understand things that you've had to delve deep into, lots of information 20 years ago that you didn't take note of, but it formed your worldview. How can you translate that to someone within a conversation? It's not so easy, you know.
It's not easy
I could
when
write
it's
several books on
only
my
not
worldview.
easy, M-Dash. It's only not easy if you're getting too carried away, too far into it, that you're not able to discern which parts of the conspiracy are bullshit and which parts are true. And the thing is, right, like I tried to explain to you earlier, when I sort of like walk Wendy through it, if you see the exchange between me and Wendy after Roy left, you would have seen Wendy. Yeah. You would have seen that Wendy was putting her point forward, and I'm saying, yeah, but okay, right, you don't understand it from that angle. Let me step back and take it from a different angle then, and show you what I'm trying to say. That maybe the state is enabling it by their policies and procedures and by a lack of duty, and reducing the high trust society down to a low trust society. So now that there is room for people to go get into schools in the first place and start shooting people.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? So you come from a different angle. You start stepping back and go, look, Wendy, I agree with you. Those children definitely were killed. You definitely, if you're going to question it, need to do it in a respectful way. You can't just put the family through extra trauma and put their children all over the internet, and the way that some of these conspiracy theorists do it, with no regard or respect, which is what Wendy was saying about Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Alex Jones would be hyperbolic, sensationalist, and make money out of it.
He's a grifter. He's a hack.
And make money out of it. And I think that's what Wendy takes offence to. But if you take aside that and then say, all right, let's take that away from it. We agree that that's bad behaviour. But is there any substance to the claims? And then you start looking, you say, well, there is a possibility that at a higher level, which is the level that Roy can see, that you can see, that I can see, and then come from the higher level downwards rather than the lower level upwards.
Yeah, and I get exactly what you're saying. It's, you know, I do. I'm just, from my own experience, it's irrelevant what you say or what approach you take until that person is ready and does the work and actually even wants to find what they're looking for, or wants to change their perspective, or are forced to change their perspective. It won't happen just by someone saying to them, whether it's top down, bottom up, no matter what way you say it.
I think that's a bad criticism, Anne.
You don't know nothing about me, Anne Robinson. Is that your name? you know nothing about me, right? And that's quite funny what you've written there.
So a lot of people were duped during COVID, and I think that's one thing we can all collectively speak
Who's
about.
this woman? Who's this
Sense.
woman? Anne Robinson. Who is she? Where's she come from? Who is she?
No, she's okay, Wendy. She's from the out. She's somebody who comes to mind every now and again.
All right.
She's
So Anne, I don't listen to mainstream media, right? But then again, when you come to the alternative media, like Toosey, he's becoming more of a clickbaiter.
Oh, what he done today was disgusting, Wendy. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I was fucking disgusted with what he done today.
Exactly. So
he had me all in a panic, thinking that there'd been a fucking shooting, a mass shooting.
Yes. Yeah.
Bastard. And he was talking about what happened the day before.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. What he done today was disgusting.
Because he's becoming more of a clickbaiter. The titles do not represent what his content is going to be. So who now I'm sitting and I think, well, you can't trust the mainstream media. And now, well, Toosey's putting up clickbait titles. I won't even try and listen to that idiot Thorpe. GB News. I don't know. I don't know who to listen to anymore.
Well, this is the point. Don't listen to any of them. Listen to what you believe and what your thoughts are, and look within. It sounds so woo-woo and out there, but that's honestly what I've come to learn the hard way. You know, stop looking externally and looking for a leader and looking what they're telling you is happening, and start just looking at your own community, your immediate family, your own self, and what's your gut telling you. And that's why I don't follow any of these people. And anybody who's been given a big platform, that Toosey guy was pushed on my algorithm. So I know who you're talking about. I had one listen and I felt repulsed. You know, that just feeling of, oh, get him away from me. No, who are you talking about that listens to Russell Brand? I don't listen to Russell Brand. He's one of the worst ones to listen to, if that's who you're referring to, me. But it does sound out there. It does sound moving. And I think, especially and I mean this completely respectfully, there's a generation of people who are so used to looking at the news. My friend, who was a good 15 years my senior, she couldn't wake up in the morning without switching the news on. That's just what she's done her entire life. To me, that's just bonkers. Like, why do you want to start your day being filled with all this negativity?
There's a lot of people, yeah.
Yeah, but there is a lot of people. And because you don't trust the traditional mainstream media, you're starting to look for alternatives to fill that gap of things that you're used to. But what about we switch it all off altogether? Have community discussions and look to people who you think are just little small time people on the internet. Because I truly believe people are given these big platforms and getting pushed up the algorithms for a reason. They're also being used to look like we're the alternatives, including GB News. Look, aren't they? They're listed as an entertainment company, aren't they? That's not an alternative news outlet.
When I hear that something's happened, what I do now is I tend to go looking for live video footage from, I don't know, maybe some 21-year-old that's wandering in that area of wherever it's happened, and and it's on TikTok. I want to see the
hidden agenda.
footage. Yeah.
Yeah.
For me personally, I think you need to have an all-rounded view. M-Dash, I do agree with you when you say that you need to concentrate on your family and your local community, but I would also say you need to be aware of an external threat. And the only way that you're going to be aware of that is to know what your enemies are getting up to, or recognizing that when they're trying to push propaganda and seeing what propaganda they're pushing. So to a certain extent, I do agree with you that you don't have to watch the mainstream news, but you do in a way to understand what's going on.
Yeah,
as well as weighing up all the other stuff so that you can make an evaluated decision.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm well versed on what's going on in the world. but I don't seek that through. I don't idolize people that I look to it from. You know, I wouldn't argue like, oh, but you should trust him. You should watch Tusi, and you should watch this person because they're great. I'll look at everybody. And if something sits right with me, then I'll look again. But I don't know if it comes with age or experience or trauma or what, but you get quite good at deciphering who deserves your energy and who doesn't.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I think a lot of people are misdirected and misled, intentionally misdirected and misled, because they need someone to guide them and to advise them and to follow. You know, it's like sucking on the mummy's teeth.
Yeah, I agree. But I also think that sometimes collective action is necessary. And I think everything is a means to an end, and you've got to decipher what to use and what not to use as you walk through the spiral. That's the way
And
I
it's
see
so
it.
easy to get bombarded as well, and you get led down in a lot of people are suffering from crisis paralysis. You know, they're bombarded with, we shouldn't be concerned with what's going on in Haiti and Pakistan and India and Malaysia and all. You know, every day.
Well, we weren't made. Our brains are not made.
No, we're not designed for that.
No, definitely not.
So people are debilitated, and whether they want to admit it or not, they're struggling. You know, there was one time where I first sort of woke up and like, oh my God, I have to tell everyone. And I was on it. And I was putting out post after post and everything for years. And then I experienced burnout, not just because of that, but other reasons. And then experienced proper burnout. And then I recognised, hang on, I can't actually change the world. I need to change my world. And I think if everybody really focused on themselves, and I used to go to protests and stuff during COVID, and the majority of people who were at these protests were egotistical, narcissistic, abusive motherfuckers. They were horrible people. And I learned that the hard way. And I'm thinking, they're just masking their own issues while, look, I'm doing good.
I think the reach has got so much wider now, though, that it's not like that. Honestly.
Yeah.
I know what you mean, but I don't believe that it's like that anymore. The feeling, I don't know where you stand on Tommy Robinson. Wendy doesn't particularly, she's indifferent to him. Some people like him, some people don't like him, and I think everybody's allowed to make their own choices. Even himself stood on the stage and said, it's not about me, it's about what's going on. I'm just a vessel that uses my voice. But what I will say is that UTK event, when so many people were there from all different walks of life, I was there, and the love that people had for each other was unbelievable. Because people are waking up and seeing that there's a bigger picture, and it doesn't matter to me what avenue you walk to get there, as long as you get there.
And that's what these movements are all about. It's the people that are there. It's nothing to do with the people who are leading them.
Yeah, I agree.
Because generally what I've found is people who are leading them aren't, I don't want to say to be trusted or have got an ulterior motive. I don't know Tommy Robinson. I know I don't like him. I know I've always been repelled by him. I've never once thought to follow him. Can I respect what he stands up for or what he claims to stand up for and how he's brought people together? Of course I can. Doesn't mean I'm ever going to be a Tommy Robinson fan. But more so, I look at the people who are communicating and, you know, I don't want to even say lower level people, but just the day-to-day, everyday Joe blogs going along and unifying. And that's what I'm interested in. Why they're going there, why you like that person, why you're, you know, I asked you before, I think, Jupes, like with the whole Tommy Robinson thing, you said, you know, I love that he's shone a light on the grooming gangs, and well, I like you because of that. Not because you like Tommy Robinson. I like that that's an element of his movement that you can relate to, because that shows me who you are. It's nothing about Tommy Robinson.
I think, look, holding up any individual as a saint is silly. I don't believe that Tommy Robinson is a saintless person, a saint of a person. I don't believe that. But I know that he's not perfect. But I do think that he's tried his best with the abilities that he's got for the right reasons. As his personality been flawed at times? Yeah, definitely. But it's not about Tommy, just Tommy. It's much bigger than Tommy. It's the much bigger picture. And I think that he's one of the instrumental people that was an avenue for people to wake up. And for that, he should be respected because of the personal losses that he had along the way. But that doesn't mean that he has to be held up as a leader. I always say that people who are with Tommy stand with him, not under him. And I think, you know, that is something that I've always said. But I just want to add to this. There are people that go to UTK that don't actually like Tommy Robinson personally.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're there for the cause or for the country. Or
well, that proves my point. That's what I mean. It's about the people and what is their motive. Whether it's nothing to do with Tommy Robinson or it is. If you're motivated by the fact that you want unity and you want to protect your family and you want to stand up against grooming gangs, then I'm all for it. You know, I'm fair play to you.
Yeah.
So Jupiter,
not just grooming gangs, the paedophilia, the whole fucking shebang.
The whole shebang, yeah.
Dukes, have you heard anything about this 13 screens for the 16th? And he wants more donations for 13 screens.
I've not heard that. No, I don't know where that's come from. I'm not saying they're lying. I just haven't heard it.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know. And that's truthful, Wendy. I don't know. Where did they hear that? But to be honest, they probably will need about 13 screens because at the last one, I'm not sure how many they had, but they had so many people go there that the tail end couldn't see the stage.
That's right. Yes.
They were so far removed from the stage that all those people that made an effort and got there at the tail end of it, basically they were just they got the benefit of being there motivated by seeing crowds and like-minded people, but they didn't get to see all the speakers or what people were saying or to get the real benefit that they deserve to have got because they made the effort to come.
Yeah.
So, and I do believe that the next one's going to be bigger.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I do.
I don't believe this whole far right racist hate. I think there are people like that genuinely are racist and they're, you know, anti-Muslim and all the rest of it. I think there are people who like that who have attached themselves to the movement.
Yes, I agree.
But I don't think the majority of people who are following this movement that's been created do believe that. I think they're genuinely living in fear. I think they're scared of what's coming next. And fear is completely understandable. Anything new that's been introduced it will induce fear. And you want to protect your family, you want to protect your way of life, all the rest of it. I get it. Fully understand. But I do think there are players in these movements that are driving up that hate and manipulating this divide and looking at all these undocumented men as if they're the threat to your children. They're all going to rape them. You know, it's one extreme to the next extreme to the next extreme.
Well, I mean, there was one locked away yesterday for raping a 12-year-old.
Yeah, there was one, you know, but I mean, I've had multiple men abuse me in my life. They've all been white, you know. Where was my Tommy Robinson movement?
Yeah, but that's
you know,
that's our domestic. That's our domestic problems in this country. We don't need to be importing more men.
I get that.
Who we don't know nothing about, and they end up raping little 12-year-old girls. You know,
but you say that we don't know nothing about. I fully believe the government do know quite a lot about them. I think the government know exactly who they are. And
I think that Tommy has been vocal about paedophiles as well. It's just that people tend to pretend that he hasn't because it fits the narrative to say that he's racist, to shut down his voice. because they know they're afraid of him. They're afraid of his voice because he does reach people.
Can I just ask, actually, you'll probably be able to tell me more than anybody, Dupes, but I've seen a lot of people on X particularly saying, I honestly don't know anything about this, but there was apparently, I don't know the full number, but it was like tens of people involved with Tommy Robinson that have also been convicted of paedophilia.
So no, what they did was they got a load of list of people that in any way, shape or form on the right, could even be a fucking conservative voter, and or that has been vocal about it, that's been found out to be a paedophile, and basically say, oh, they're Tommy Robinson supporters. But there are a handful that have been known to go to events that have turned out to be paedophiles. But if you are realistic and truthful, you could do that at a large event that on the left. You could find
you could look at any gathering of any population and find paedophiles.
There was one bloke, I can't remember his name. I know there was one bloke that got that was in his EDL days. That's how far.
I was going to say most of them were in the EDL days, weren't they? When there was masses of people. You know.
There was one that was meant to have been quite high ranking, so they say. That got accused of having photos on his computer, and at first Tommy didn't believe it. He believed that they'd planted him there, a bit like you know, when you have the conspiracy theory of Michael Jackson,
which they can do. They'll frame you for stuff.
He thought that it was a frame up, but when he saw the evidence, not actually saw the evidence, but was convinced there was the evidence. He actually called the bloke out and distanced himself, but nobody ever talks about that fact. All they ever do is talk about what he did in the first instance, and that's just the way of propaganda. You know, that's what people do. They don't tell the full story. They never do.
I think I came across Tommy Robinson years ago, way before all this stuff became sort of big, and he's involved in what he's involved in now. Like way back years ago, probably 2016, 17, something like that.
Yeah.
And there was groups I was in on Facebook, like I say at the time, and there was a big disdain for him. People who really looked into him. He's a Mossad agent, and he's Israeli this, and he's paid by the Zionists, and he's pushing a narrative of Muslim hate to cause more divide. He's going to cause civil unrest. And this was the same about him 10 years ago. And it's sort of manifesting to be that now. So I'm like,
What do you mean manifesting to be that?
Causing civil unrest. I think that's where we're heading towards.
I don't think you can blame Tommy Robinson for the civil unrest. I think that's directly at the government's door. Successive governments at that.
Yeah.
Why would it? Well, it's oversimplifying it to lay it on Tommy Robinson. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what I was hearing.
If they never promoted the stuff that they did, because Tommy Robinson was smart enough to see things that are coming to fruition now. And that is the point that why he's got so many followers, because people can see that what he spoke about is actually come true. See, I don't know what your position is on Islamification of this country, but there's no doubt that it's right there, right in front of your eyes, what's going on. We are being Islamified.
See, it's a bit different up here because I'm well aware. I mean, I did live in England for a few years. The difference north and south of the border is vast. There are places, especially in London, it very much is spot the white man. You know, I've said that for years. But you've got other enclaves up and down the country in England that are very much Islamified places. You know, go to Birmingham, for example, or Bradford, or, you know, there are little enclaves of it.
Forget whether there's enclaves, right? Because people are always going to want to live with like-minded people, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, forget the enclaves, right? There are decent Muslims out there. This isn't about Muslim hatred. This is about understanding what's happening to our country. Our culture is deliberately being eradicated. That's what's happening. And they're pretending that they're doing it for the good of people, and they're not. They're taking away our rights, and they're using Islamification to do it.
Well, I would look at it as they're taking away our rights and using Islamification as a scapegoat to do it. So you blame the Islamists instead of looking at the real problem.
No, they're actually using Islam to do it. And the Islamists are going along with it because they think that they can. So the game at the moment is you've got globalists that are using Islam to go against the higher masses in the Western culture, which is white people. Yeah. Because they're the people that have been here the longest, with the longest ties and the cultural ties and everything else, and who actually understands the system as it stands and understands what's being taken away from people. And therefore, they're the biggest threat, because if they all stand up collectively together, the governments would shit themselves, right? So what's basically happened is they've used Islam, brought in Islam, and they've prioritized them, upturned everything, and they've used them as a tool. But the Islamists themselves are also playing a game, because they look at the people that are playing the game, the globalists, and think, you really think we're ever going to bow down to your globalization? We don't believe in gays. We don't believe in liberation to the lengths that you do. We don't think that paedophilia and minor attracted people is okay, unless of course you're Muslim and it's within the strict culture that we've got, and you know these people can be deemed by an imam to be emotionally okay to be married. So we believe we're better than you. You're not part of our religion. So what we'll do is we'll take advantage of all these diversity programs that you've put in place. We'll get ourselves into positions of power, and then we'll caliphate. So you've got two groups of people that are going at each other. But what the Islamists don't realise is they're never going to win against globalists, because there's actually Islamists that are involved. There are people that
being manipulated at the same time.
Plastic Islamists that are involved in the people who say they're Islamic, but actually they're full of money and they're just as devious as everybody else, like a Christian, a Jew, or an atheist that is only interested in money but likes to put themselves in a category. So yes, they're being used by the globalists, but they're not people that the Islamists are not stupid enough to not know that the globalists are using them. They're quite happily being used, thinking that when it comes to the end of days, they're going to take over. And to be honest, the way things are going, with our stupid governments in this country, and this is only my opinion, there's a very good chance they fucking will, because our governments are soft, wankerish, and absolutely blind to what they've caused.
I think that's a misnomer, though. I don't think they're stupid. I don't think they're incompetent. I think that's all a ploy to make you think, make you accept it makes you rationalise why things are the way they are. Or Boris was the bumbling idiot, and all they're showing competent. Theresa May was just like, oh my god, she's pathetic.
Oh no, they're playing an agenda. But
they're actors. They're playing into a role to make it seem like that.
Yes.
Orange man bad, all that. It makes it seem like they're incompetent, and that's why the world is the way it is. But it's not that at all. It's actually cleverly curated to be that. And these are just actors that are the face of taking the fall. It needs to be beyond that. It's beyond politics, and it's beyond voting.
Well, of course it will. I don't know about beyond voting, because if you've got the votes there and you can get proper counting done, and for people that are not going to be Conservative or Labour, because I will never believe if they go to the polls and either Labour or Conservative will win, then we know that it's a set up system. But I do think that we need to put political pressure. I do think that. I think that we need more than just a one-pronged approach. But I would also say this, M-Dash, you're absolutely, completely right that the people in power are not as incompetent as they're pretending to be.
No.
And that they're all going to an agenda. Yes. Who are the people behind this agenda? Well, I think it's quite clearly becoming quite obvious that it's a bunch of paedophiles that Epstein worldwide had his fingers in the pie, because Epstein was the one that understood the markets, and that is why he was promoted up from a nobody, because he had the brain skills, fortunately for him, to understand how to play the markets and to how to manipulate the money situation. When there was going to be a massive crash, he saved the day. That's basically what he did. He's manipulated everybody.
I think it goes way beyond that.
And then he got the blackmail and stuff like that. Oh yeah, there's people. He's not the one in power. He's still the lackey. He's still the lackey.
The ones that are shown to you in the media aren't the ones that are in control. They're the scapegoats for the ones that are hiding in the shadows.
No, but they're part of the problem. And the group that he's with, the people that he was being the go-between for, all of the. I honestly believe you've got two groups of people. You've got some people going, oh, he's a Russian spy. You've got other people going, he's a Jewish spy. No, he was a spy for everybody. He was a double, triple, fucking quadruple, quintuplet fucking agent. This man was only in it for himself, his own greed, his own paedophilia. But at the end of the day, he could utilize things. He's been playing off people against each other. But there's always going to be one that he was subordinate to more than the others. And that is, hopefully, we will find it in the end. But all this, it's the Jewish people, it's this people. No, I don't go along with that. Just because Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish, it doesn't mean...
I don't think we can blame the Jewish people for anything.
Yeah, all Jews are the same. Yeah,
there's Jewish people that also are anti-Zionists. You know, Zionism is a political party that is fronted by people who aren't even of Jewish lineage, let's be honest, if you really look into it. You know, they're Eastern Europeans. They're not even a race of Judaism. Orthodox Jews stand up against Zionism and Israel all the time. They can also recognise the wickedness and the extremists in their own people. So
M Dash, if you look at our country, right, the way our country is, we've all come to the conclusion that it's two wings of the same bird, yeah? It's exactly the same in Israel.
Oh yeah, left wing, right wing, some of the same.
Yeah. We've all come to the conclusion that we know that there's a horseshoe, and at the top of the horseshoe, the left and the right are working together against the masses. It's the same in Israel. When we sit and look, it's the same globally, and that's that is what people are awakening up to. And the sooner the masses understand that, the better.
I agree.
Right, ladies, I'm off to bed. I'm tired. I've enjoyed tonight. Actually, it's been good.
Yeah, thanks for having me jump in late.
Well,
it's been a really good conversation. It really has.
I've enjoyed it. It's reminded me of the old days, Tubes. Yeah.
Yeah, and M Dash, you have contributed as well, because you're very intelligent. So
yeah, and you have a conversation. Yeah,
I have. And I will go away and absorb some of what you're saying, because I'll probably play it back and listen. Yeah.
Well, whatever speaks to you, it does. It doesn't, then so be it. It's no skin off my nose. You're not here to convince anybody of anything.
I agree. Same here. People need to make up their own minds. We're only giving our opinions. We're nobodies. But we're everybody at the same time.
We are. We're more than what you think, more than what people fail to realise. You know, there's power in numbers, and
exactly.
But it requires unity, and fighting and shouting about stupid things that are irrelevant won't get us anywhere. We need to find common ground and spread a little bit of love around the world instead of fighting all the time.
I agree. Yeah. Okay, ladies. So
all right, thank you, Wendy. I'm gonna go.
Night.
Bye, chat. Bye, panel. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, M Dash. Thank you, chat.
Night. Yeah. So good night, everyone, and thank you for being here. And I'm gonna have to think of another one. A conspiracy. Maybe some of you could leave ideas underneath this video for another conspiracy. Deborah, baby boomers, really? Tut, tut, tut. Okay, good night, guys.